Order.
Go ahead, Lucy.
Today I'm doing prayers and asking the Creator to help each one of us, especially all the ministers are working for all the people, for the Northwest Territories, and for everyone that's here today. Etau mizazechu doesn't chu mizita hoteni day. Etau mizazechu doesn't chu mizita hoteni day. Etau mizazechu doesn't chu mizita hoteni day. Senotsi masi dutsane ajon saute jon kletzete. Diamik alvejagi lisi sene ziu ajon chokotlin de ko keji tene ko agala geta wagintera sene ziu ko tsanenti. Ko kweju ne zia ko e ne ziu ajon tene ko agala giuta sene ziu ko tinkene ziu ko kyahti. Ajia jona hente ke fe lana he ko noa tu de kanitsa kesi sene ziu nata ki fedasena hetsakiuti. Medase masi dutsane tsane kone hakone o. Medase ne ziu dutsane monatsani veda ne zi hibim nembek e galatuta. Ejia se masi nefa. Meda duset hatone nataitia. Se tajak efene da ne zite gao dejak ene ge gift ede. Geda jon deshu kagon deni de. Meda tsane taunte tsenda meda dutsane genadinti. Se o khine jona chai hilane le khine na chai yu chane la ni de masi se notsi masi ne tse pi te kai hutle te kai de notsi ne tse kanave ani ko se thas notsi no khani ve notsi ne cho fe ta ni la de ka mari mona ko inte so ni khani khona ke na ta inti ko ti tle tse ke sa tse ke se lo ni ve ne zit akhagu te ni de e se Jésus masi tu tsene se ne zu ajo ne tsona ta tse tira se ne zu na hek ai gu chani de masi masi etau mezatse chu doesn't chu mezit a hoteni de etau mezatse chu doesn't chu mezit a hoteni de etau mezatse chu doesn't chu mezit a hoteni de masi.
Thank you, Ms. Mary Jane Kazan, for the opening prayer and guiding words. Reckon.
Hello, Nate. Ang nanganot. Kaya na kakte.
I want to address allegations made by the member for Yellowknife Centre in his dissenting opinion on the Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review to date of Bill 26. The member for Yellowknife Centre alleged that I, the sponsor of Bill 26, had, quote, refused to meet with the UNW. This is absolutely untrue, Mr. Speaker. I met with the Public Service Alliance of Canada North Regional Executive Vice President early in the development of this bill to discuss the concerns coming from nurses about Section 41 of the Public Service Act. I initiated a meeting with the Union of Northern Workers President, along with the PSAC North Regional Executive Vice President on March 4th, 2025, to discuss the bill. While not initially invited, I participated in a closed-door meeting that the UNW executive arranged on March 5th with other regular MLAs to discuss the bill. After that time, I received no further invitations from the UNW to meet. However, I reached out to the UNW president on April 30th via email, inviting her to meet with me or to join an upcoming constituency meeting, as long as there were nurse representatives present for the sake of transparency. I never received a reply to that email. The member for YK Centre stated in his dissenting opinion also that the committee received no public comments on the bill until after I requested an extension to the deadline. I wish to explain the context of my request. The committee had set a public engagement period of 50 days over the summer months from late June until August 15th and held no public hearings during that time. Presentations were scheduled for August 28th and 29th from the College and Association of Nurses and from the UNW, And I requested an opportunity for the public to be able to hear and respond to what those important stakeholders had to say about the bill. I never received a reply to my request, and I'm not aware of the committee announcing any formal extension. However, it did proceed to hold a formal public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to clarify.
Minister statements. Minister for Status of Women. Minister responsible for Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the honour of co-hosting the 43rd annual meeting of the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Ministers responsible for the status of women here in Yellowknife. Ministers from across the country gathered in this lovely city to discuss shared priorities. The event kicked off with an opening reception held in the Great Hall of the Legislative Assembly, which set a warm tone for the meetings. Guests included partners from the NWT Status of Women Council, NWT Women's Association of the Northwest Territories, YWCA NWT, Northern Mosaic Network, Yellowknife Women's Society, NWT members of the Legislative Assembly and ministers, as well as the FPT ministers and their senior officials. Mr. Speaker, one of the highlights of the evening was the opportunity to throat sing with Tanya Snow, our amiable MC. The Federal Minister of Women and Gender Equality, Minister Valdez, even joined in and gave throat singing a try. It was a lovely moment in sharing my culture and connecting with guests. Mr. Speaker, FPT ministers held discussions with national Indigenous leaders that were powerful and deeply moving. We spoke about human trafficking, ending
Ukaw sa kalawak sa tamakkuning no nakakasama yun ang night solo inuaktaw kataktud amalo anniversary amalo ukaw sa kalawak sa tamakkuha pivalian ang maukaw sa kalawak ilutattaw tamakkuha inuin ang night amalo adlaylo alla ngayullo pijutigilluwit iman aksong naktamakayawlak po ukaw sa kayaw tilluwit taman na tana ministawlak si mayong ang night ilaw titaw kaya kang ningin no ukaw sa kalawat tamakwa ang utillo ang malutaw ang utikuloy ukaw sa kaya wala mata ako niyukot tamakwa pimakiyukot piyong mata ukyok taktamitaw yun ang nano time na ulukaya sa kataktillo ukakti tako ano na wame yukan milo amalo ubang alo ukaw sa kalawat ukyok taktamitay man na ito katang ninganon akituluang ninganon sunatuin na ipakataso akang iluang ninganon lutamani nunat siyame amalo sila asadyak palya ninganon tamakko ukaw sa kalawat tigo aksoko utaw katang mata ukyok taktami utaw yut tamakko ang na solo atani titaw na sauningin no ukaw sa lolo pilaw katta ang naimiksano kati madyo ta kaktillo ta aksoko sa kataktillo gildo in night amalo in na to kahit tayo man na ismaliok tillo ta ukaw sa kalawat tattaw tuwagang naktukko gawang magko kaniliw kaya kang mga ta ilaw titaw siya kaya kang ningin lullo ang night uluran naktumiti taw katakton tayo man na ukalaw ulo tattaw tamakko kinaw yaktahara kang kinaw ye unok siya kanira kang mata piluak tumi tamani nunat siyami sila asadyak palelo ang ningano akang ngiliw ko takalang mata pela yung makiyukod ukakti tayo man na siya magitsyak pakapilira kayawlok to ang na katimayingin no nunaling nilo ang nauyod nunat siyami taman na sana sima yukulong nik taman na tunyo kayo na lawata kuya na law po ang malutaw tamak ko sanang wakatak to pila kataw law mata pula kaktuliran ng mut kinaw di saw tekang ng mulo ukiyok tak tamilo sana yaw katak to miksana pidyo tekak suta ilaw law sutalo ilaw huy ilaw sutalo taman na niyo ko tekakatang ng mut 43 gayaw yamiktak ko pidyo te kaktilo te kanataw gamma kong inig pilika kateka on nalaw pogod amalo ukyok taktami tamakko pulaqartunut soorlu takutitsigunalauqatta qoyannami maqippunga taimanna qoyanainni katamakataulauqatta qoyannami minister angnai katamayiginnut pileriaqartoq minister oqausangit taanna nunaleqnamo minister ulluminikuvittunga ilitarsikumallunga ilaulaorninginnu tamakkua nunatsiami pinguarti nunatsiamila makkuktu pinguarti 2025 mi kanutami aujami Newfoundlandmi Labradormilo August 24 mo katimal ilaulaormata aujakku pinguaqattarni qailisaqattarni nunatsiarmu ilaugunnalaormata saalaksauteqattau tillu kanatami utaik Käymänne pinguatu innangillutik ammalutta aaqiksuigunnalaormata tamakkuninga pinguaqatauqattartuning sangilerpaallequlluulu iqaalisarneq ammalu ileqqusituqaleqaneq ammalu kiinautiksauteqarne akaungiliuqutauqattarninga uqarti pinguartuleqaneq tamanna iqaalisarneqlu imanna aaqittausimangman aanniartailimagiaqarninginu kikkutuinna nunalingni niaqukkullu inuusikkullu ammalu kiinausiksautikku taima nunatsia gavamakongi taiman ikajortuanginnarpoq tamainnik nunatsiarmiutaujunnik makkuktuniklu ikajoqattarlutiklu tamakkuninga kanatami pinguartualeraangata St. John's mitaakua nunatsiarmiut 182 ni ilautitsilaarpu nunatsiarmiu qulinin nunaliujunin nunatsiami kigartuillutiklu tamakkua mikiyuutit ungasiktulu nunaliuju uluqartuami tulita gamati amalu lutsukeimit ngaartu amalu Fort Smith Hay River Inuvik amalu Yellowknife mi oqarti quviasutsiarpunga taakkua nunatsiarmi saalaksauteqataulaortu ilautsialaormata iqaalisarnamo basketball beach volleyball saakornermik nalugalaarnermik tanasnermillu volleybalnermillu unatanguarnermillu taimanna uqaarumajunga taakku upigigumallugillu anguti basketball tingit imana saalaksalaumata Princess Ralimiutaning tamanna suullerpaatsiarmi basketball minunatsiarmi utayut soorlu kanatami pinguaqatigiyaulluti saalaksauteqalaorput Oqarti qoyanamiiqmayak ajigiingita nunatsiami taakkua iqaalisarnamu timiujut ikajoqunnalaormata niqualaormata aulatsilaormatalu tamakkuninga ilagiyaujunnik tamakkua ilautsiarlutit nunatsiarmiu nunatsiarmiu taimana pinguaqataulaormata qoyanamiiqmaglugillu nunatsiarmiut ammalu kamagijauju Rita Mercury ammalu ikajortinga Laksi Ledzing ammalu asengi tamakkua ilaujunalaortu ikajutsiarlutik aaqiumatitsiarsutiklu pilaumata pinguartoqartilugu oqarti qoyanamiiluarumayaqattau taakkua amisu akilertortaungilluti pinguaq ilauqattartut they went to games niartillugit ilauniartut ammalu aaqiumatitsilluti ikajoqattarlutiklu qanutuinnarparnaqattartullu nunatsiami miutain parnatsiaqullugit ammalutta kingullerpaami oqarti 13 taakua nunatsiami makkuktut imana akilertugaungillutik 457 ikaqqani pinguartuni ikajulaormata taimana ilaniaqitaugunnalaorlutiklu sivulertiunermullu pileriaqatsiarlutik tamakkua akilertuktaungillutik pileriqattartut soorlu matuersiijoqartillugu ikajoqattarlutiklu aulagutaujuni pijitserautinniklu guingunaqartaujunik ilagiinik ammalu pileritsialaormata aksoruusaqatsiarsutiklu pilaormata qoyanamiiqmatsiarlugit kajusitsiartitsilaormata piluartumik taimana pileriqatigitsialaormata taimattao quviasulaartuksaavu tamatummiksaanu ilaullutia qoyanamioqarti qoyanamik minister nunaleqanermut minister oqausangit katamayit oqausangit katamayuuyoq Range Lake mit oqarti taimanna niglasukpallialertillugu ukiungornialermingmat qanuiksangittugu ukiunguleraangan kisaani tamakkua ukkaaliuquti akittorpallianiarmingmata taimanna ikajoqtausimangimmata akiklijuumik giaqarninginu tamakkua ukkaaliuquti uqoqsautillu tamakko ukkaaleoruti tamana isumaluguti gijautsia qattama mallikaliorti ullunga ukiortartumiuningaamai qattartut suuqaimmaugaluaq akiliqtuigaamik akitunnerpaamik tamani nunatsiarmiutaulluteng taimanna katamayo qatikka uqausaqalituaraangata tamatama miksaano suqutaungitton illuangijjutiqariaqangittutit piaqaatuyuriuammarialu qattarmat isumaaluktaalimmagitsi isumaagiluaraalo qattangillugillu taimailiortautuinna qattaratta isumaaluinnarniarpugut taimanna amisune $1 million soorlu atoqattarmata ukkaaliurutinut aaqissimatsiarunaqullugi kisiani aullaatsiangippoq suli akittorpalliatuinnarlunilu tamanna tamakkua taaksiiyaayarpattu kikkutuinnai akiliititau qattarmata taimanna akituyummarialu tillugu niruaqattartullu qaujigumagaluaqattarmata summat kavamakku taimanna tusartitsituaraangata akittorpalliatuinna qattarmata taaksiiyaayyarutillu akittorpalliatuinna qattarlutik taimanna kiutsiaqattariaqaruarmata kavamakku uvattinnut tusaatuinnariaqangittugut aaqiksuigassugiaqartugut hamakkuninga akaungiliorutigijauyunik aaqiksoqutiqatsiarlutiglu imanna piliriillarittut imanna atuagaqartitautsiariaqarput ilangillu qoyannamioqarti qoyannami Grange Lake mimmalagaliorti katamayi uqausingit katamayi Frame Lake mit qoyannamioqarti uqarti kingullerpaami katamatilluta pivallaayulerinermuut min katimayuuyut tamakkuninga maligarni piliriaqalaormata gavamakku imanna kiulaormata uqarti quviasukpunga taakkua savagiyauyut soorlu piliriarilaurattigu atulequyauyullu asingit piliriaqataulugillu taimanna akaussivaallertitauyunnaqullugi piliriagiyauyul ammaluttauq akaussivaallertitaugiaqarpugu minister piliriingit qoyannamiiqpakka ammalutta uqaussiqarumallunga kayusigutausimayu tamakkua aaqigiaruti taimanna quviasukpunga tamanna pivaallerutauvalliangman tamanna ataussir uqausirillarigumayaqa taakkua gavamakku piliriniarmata nunatsiarmi pequyaksauниartuning taimanna ataussarmik piliriviktaarunnaqulluгin imana piyunnarniqartitauyunnaqullugi nunatsiarmi ammalu tukisigaakkannirumayaqa tamanna piliriariyauniartu ilavami 16mi uqausirissimajavut unikkaaliorsimajavut imana ilautitaugiaqarningit pequyaliornarmut pimmariublutiglu tamakkua atulequyaussimajut akaussivaallertitauqullugu tamakkua pequyaliorneq taiman nalunangililaorpuq taimanna kinguvariartau qattarmata ilangit tamakkuninga piliriaqiyauyuning nunaqaqaarsimayu gavamakkungilu kiuttariaqarluti tamatuma miksaanu pijjutiqartuning maligaliornermut ammaluttau taakkua pequyuvungaartausimayu suvullerpautitautsiariaqarput taimanna piliriaqiyauyut ilagiyaugiaqarput piliriarinittinni tamakkua pijjutiqarmata libro gavamakkunginnut takugumagatta tamakkuninga pequyaliorneq kinguvangilluni kamagiyautsiariaqarpu tamakkua ammalutta uqautigiaqarpavu gavamatoqakku tamakkua ilaugiaqarmata ikayurluti uvatlinni nunatsiarmiutaujunik sulikkanneq kiujjutigiyauyut pitaqarmata uqausiringitakka ilangin ilainlangi uqatuinnaqaluarsigit minister apersoniarpunga tamata miksaano ministermun qoyallamik Frame Lake mummaligaliortik katamayit uqausangit Grace Lake mimmaligaliortik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, echoing my colleagues yesterday, and once more, I'd like to talk about same-day health services, including lab services in Yellowknife. Far and away, the most concerns I hear as an MLA are about trying to get same-day appointments, either for lab or for speaking with a health professional. There are a lot of threads to pull on with this persistent problem, and I have gone back and forth with the minister many times as she and her staff continue to work through technical and procedural barriers to ensure fair and equitable access to health care for the residents of Yellowknife. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned for residents who, as of right now, depending on the random volume of patients on any given day, often need to line up outside the downtown primary care center for same-day lab appointments. Right now, it seems that we will be asking our elders, folks with disabilities, and those in chronic pain to queue in the dark, cold winter weather outside the lab for an hour until staff arrive to let them in just before 8. This is not a viable, compassionate solution. Mr. Speaker, I know that the crux of this ongoing issue boils down to a couple of key factors. The availability of appointments relies on the number of lab staff on shift. And we are seeing more people seeking lab tests, while there are fewer staff available to provide services since COVID. Mr. Speaker, I would also contend that sometimes miracles do happen. I had the unique experience this past summer of attending a scheduled test at Louagoti. As I was leaving, I asked the admin staff if I could book another appointment down the line for other concerns. To my surprise, they said, "How about now?" I was seen immediately by a nurse who addressed all my concerns and did blood draws on the spot because seemingly, at random, I was present at a time when no one had come to get a same-day appointment at the clinic that morning. The nurse and I had the time to get and space to get through my questions that I couldn't address from an earlier appointment. Mr. Speaker, I know that that was blind luck, but this also means that sometimes there is capacity, even if it's just in a blue moon. I want to know what is possible to triage those with urgent needs, especially for those who can't physically wait outside in the cold. I will have questions for the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Member.
Kaya may katamayuyok sa tumit. Kaya may okakte tusain nakatakat taiman uyarang nekti takwa nokakpalya kata lang mata pero waktu may kinaw jiksaw tao yun pitakaw nekpalya tuwin naksarte kaw yaman tungalo uyarang nekwek takakaroang ma uyarang ni akituyo tinig pilari akakon nakulugit tamagko uyarang nekti taima iman na tuwawang naktuko pilari akakakat tamakko ninga kinaw yan ni atokto ni uyarang niyang ni umiksano taima na yung niyakot ukakte iman na pikotik zuwa takakakakpo sana biksaw gayak tunig taima na makipalik titaw yun na kulluta Aruwami utanig tuk sa katuin nakatangilluta tuwawang naktukko tamakko akam pilakarajawe akang mata ukakte takko kinaw ya ministamen ukaw sa kayaw lauktun kinaw ya lagana mo ismaluguti gattigo tamakko sanayaw padla yununatsiyami iman 150 million ungatano akago tamaksiute mo kinaw ya ato kataktabur aulan twin nang na mo 170 million it 60 million twin now laksutik uyarang niyang taman na 20% takko ato kaya haktakalok putsoklo aksoko salakmata amaluta unikak sa malutik tagbani kanu ilio kutik sao gayak tunig taima silak juami tamakko sila soklo silak juami pigo mayaw yun uyak kakata akituyo tinig piyak tao yun naktunig kisani peko yatigo tamakko soklo awla tao ilutik tao taima ino nakakasimayo timiuyut amalut tao no nakakasimayo awla siyak tao ilutik tamataminga Kavamakut pitakatang mata solo taxi yayakoteko yarang neaktinig taman na ukaw sa kayaw law tunilo taman na solo pititaw tuin nakatangin na taamisunig kavamatokakut tigo sivalya tuin naklutik tamakkuning akiliw taw katak tunay uyarag neaktingnin iman na taman na Sato may malagayok ti pibik sa kakon niya kabit. Katamayuyok sato mit tan apiring matay manangit tao kumaldun piani kumaldun pila ilaw kaw sa kaya minik sato may uta ate pigakan narit. Kaya na may ukakti kaya na miglo tako katamayuyok katika ukaw sa kakata tamak ko nga kanatami soglo sana gumayunig. Makoni lupiyun na utakakto kalawakni Mackenzie Valley Highway unakaktaw yumi akkutikutaami iman na utakhituin naktitawi akauni kaluakata pekutikakata pitakakata nunami utanik pilirigumayulo uyaktake pitakakillutiglaw taiman na matuingakitsige akakpo tamakkuninga akikutawun nakajang mata kuyan na mayukakti katimayuyok sa tumit katimayit ukausingit Mackenzie Delta may malagaliyoktik kuyan na mayukakti ukaw sa kakumaba gama tamakkuninga niruakattaktut taiman na angaya ila angaya luakattaksute uiri igutakaksutik uiri igutakakuma gunniaksutik angi akiksuktaw lutaktaulaksute utakattang mata taiman na soglu pivalik kanik iman na maliksatuin nakattang mata ilak ko sa kalawak sa mayaming ni taiman na kaibatualo yuyakso ni nukakun nakalakattang mata taiman na nakakasukso ni imealuk tali manemod uerigutigiyaw yun ni pitali manemod ayong naktamakalaw manalunang itong kisa ni aborda mo British Columbia modlo awlak titaw kattang mata uerigutakaktut taiman na mamisakaktok so tipikattang mata tamakkuninga atuk taili magumallutik angayang naktuni adjikingittunig taiman na utakataksute angi kaming nun taiman na upigiyaw lutig imeruk taili mallutiglo amalo angayang naktuktuk taili mallutiglo taiman na utarangami ikayuk tao gasukattake kakaluang mata aksukok tumipiksan naktilugid ikayok tao kaya katsang mata inokutigiyak piliriyaw tsakan kaktugalot ilitariyaw lutik kuvegiyaw lutiglo nokkak semalarningit pidyutigillugo katimayak tukatak sutiglo uiri semagutigiyaminning nokkakumalluting taiman na aniyak taili mayun nakulluid amarut ato kaya kang mikatta kuviagitsaar lugit nunaligni niribigyoartit tauqattarlutiglu kuviagiyaulutik taiman na unikkaaqattarlutiglu kikkutuinnarnut qano nuqqaqasua laurmangaarmi nuqqarsimalermangaarmiglu uerisimayamingning ammalo ilamingnik maliksartaili maquyilutik taima minister maapiriniartunga upatsiarukkana qayanamik katamayuyuq Mackenzie Deltamit katamayit uqausingit katamayit inuit Lakemut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak today on Arctic sovereignty and infrastructure, something that, of course, the debate is very alive and the topic is very alive in this House. I know our Premier and his Cabinet are very keen to the topic. We know our federal government, again, Mr. Speaker, continues to have an eye on the Arctic and the North, whether you're talking major infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker, or smaller ones. Inuvik, my region, my riding, being named as one of the Northern Operations Hub, as well as the City of Yellowknife. I think it's very significant. I understand that both the town of Inuvik and the City of Yellowknife are considering an MOU where they can share the information, Mr. Speakers, in their discussions with DND. Pulling them together on Arctic security topics and discussion, I think is very important. I think it bodes well for our territory and certainly bodes well for us as we look to pull together to build these infrastructure projects. And Mr. Speaker, not just the major infrastructure projects. I mean, Mr. Speaker, as we know, Inuvik is obviously a very strategic location for the Arctic. We have a forward operating location up there. Hopefully there's potential more work to be done either through upgrades and through other infrastructure put in there by our federal government. And Mr. Speaker, even more importantly is our airport terminal build. We know we have the runway expansion, that project again done locally, done through Indigenous governments with Indigenous companies partnered with them. The project thus far has been on time, on budget and very successful, and we look to that completion in the next couple of years. But we also, Mr. Speaker, since 2018 have had the new airport terminal build on the books. As I mentioned, being a northern operations hub, there's certainly going to be more traffic in the region. We're going to ensure that we need that new building. I know there's been some delays in the past few years, but Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that's still something that we can get done sooner rather than later, get that project underway, and again, work with the local contractors, local Indigenous governments, to ensure that smaller but just as important piece of infrastructure gets completed on our journey to Arctic sovereignty and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Inuktitut Lake. Member statements. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of elders in Fort Providence and seniors, I need to express a deep concern that has been raised by residents and caregivers alike. The Independent Living Seniors Home in Fort Providence, a place meant to offer safety and comfort to our seniors and elders, currently has no backup generator. Mr. Speaker, as we can see, the snow and cold weather are not too far off, and we know that power outages in the winter are not uncommon. When power goes out, the risk to our most vulnerable increases dramatically. Without heat, without light, and without the ability to maintain basic services, our seniors are left exposed to the harsh realities of our northern climate. If a generator were in place, the seniors' home could serve as a warming center, not just for those living in the seniors' home, but for the elders in the community who live independently and may not have the means to stay warm during extended outages. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a matter of comfort, it is a matter of safety, dignity, and respect. I call on Housing NWT to work with the community to explore funding options for installing a backup generator, whether through the Seniors Aging in Place program, the Seniors Home Repair program, emergency infrastructure funding, or partnerships with Indigenous governments and federal agencies. We need to find a way to make this happen. Our elders deserve better. They deserve to know that when the lights go out, their community and government will not leave them in the cold. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Decho. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hate wasting time. I hate wasting time of people we're paying to do good work, necessary work, and I hate wasting time of the public who offer their feedback through consultations or questionnaires. There are numerous initiatives within the health and social services system in particular, from Indigenous patient advocates to the patient experience questionnaire, that continue to gather feedback that seems to fall into a black hole instead of leading to meaningful action or change. The Office of Client Experience, which includes Indigenous patient advocates, produced a monitoring report for the first half of 2024, when they received 448 requests for support. They listed top concerns raised by patients in each region, including medical travel decisions, language barriers, access to medical records, and people feeling their health concerns are being dismissed. This office is trying to help each individual patient, but it's not clear whether the health authorities are making changes based on the documented patterns. The report my colleague from Great Slave spoke about yesterday, called Honoring the Voices of Indigenous Peoples, drew attention to systemic discrimination in our health system, often created by our failure to resource necessary services for Indigenous people. For example, there is no budget for Indigenous language services in HSS outside Stanton. There's no standard procedure for how medical travel staff are supposed to assess a patient's English language proficiency and whether they need an escort. This creates unjust outcomes for patients, and it puts frontline staff at risk of being deemed racist if a patient doesn't agree with their decision. The lack of medical transport to small community health centers is another example of systemic discrimination where frontline staff are being held responsible for racism when it's really a failure of the system. The patient experience questionnaire, which all residents are invited to fill out up to November 10th, is frustrating because it only asks questions about someone's last healthcare visit rather than investigating quality of care over time across multiple locations and points of care. Similar questionnaires in previous years have not reported back to the public what actually changed as a result of their feedback. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. The member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing none, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. In conclusion, it's not enough to recognize systemic racism or dysfunction and then hire navigators to keep running into brick walls over and over. The point is to use the feedback to break down the brick walls, preventing people, especially Indigenous people, from accessing vital services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statement. Member from Moultrie.
Mr. Speaker, di na wu ke gotta si unta de ka wu kunegede e yitunke wu ke gotta hunta. I since yati ni lena unta ke yati hunta. Neslo unta neslo han sa katso go gedin le ga hi ho hani yati tsin ko hunta na ha go gedi. In le zen hu woni de hunti unta sa ne ha go gedi. Hani kodani no singo la ho awo ke tsesu ni lena it azenta te duneziafi nezialata nezindekati ha gedi da godan na tige ainle di no ho wahi unta sun la ni la zo ke tsesu ne goneke ha ziela na tsedesi unta sathat nitle na gele muhda ha gedi giun Gogedegitsi kohunte. Ifle sazun goratse nuze. No hotchile hagedi. What a nitle nuts a little hodin de kunguin nuts a de, gatsi, wogos at ezahi, gatsi, ticket lo, ayi nuts a dia he hunt in nuts a tigo. Sumbosi gots a devi lahagedi. E unta dek awu kuguin a get desi, gigahani nide. Oko e unta gawat so kun gitsu hi na get deni de e hi kwant asi giga hu lala ni hunte e ita sathat rent na geti guyi na get de zunga e gi wat a giga guts e di hunte ha gedi ha zela na tsadde si asi di tin lena asi hunt e go he induat ina ha gedi Ita e dedi unta ki yati hunta dedi hun hani gutsu go gedeta. Ita giyati ke gotesi. Mr. Speaker, across the Northwest Territories, seniors are struggling to make ends meet. These are elders who have contributed to our communities for decades, raising families, building local economies, and preserving our cultures and traditions. They deserve dignity, security, and respect in their retirement years. Seniors are among the most vulnerable residents in our territory. Many live on fixed income and face rising costs for basic necessities. Public housing is meant to be safety net, not another financial stress. Currently, seniors, public housing receive up to $1,000 monthly income deduction. Mr. Speaker, can I have unanimous consent to conclude my statement?
Thank you, member from Moultrie. Member from Moultrie is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you. Currently, seniors in public housing receive up to $1,000 monthly income deduction when calculating rent, which helps reduce their housing rental costs. But even with these deductions, many seniors still face rent charges that strain their limited income. For some, this means choosing between paying rent or buying groceries, medication, or heating fuels. Mr. Speaker, public housing is meant to ensure that individuals and families who cannot afford market rate housing still have to live in place, still have to live.
Member from Moultrie, your time is up. Thank you, member from Moultrie. Member statements. Member statements, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about encampment fatigue, Mr. Speaker. And to be clear, it's a lot has changed in this particular narrative. I remember even speaking to some constituents, a year ago, fervent supporters of that. And as those encampments get closer to their area, it's funny how quickly that feeling changes and frustration. Mr. Speaker, people care about the challenges, but they also want something done. The community is facing these challenges of unsanctioned encampments. They see problems where they threaten public health, safety, quality of life, and the ongoing noise and stress people have on and on. Mr. Speaker, no one is suggesting in any way that these folks do not deserve some type of help. Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. They do need help. But we need good, clear public policy that's transparent, worked on with the public. The public can see what it means, Mr. Speaker. I've been to some of these encampments, and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, frankly, I find them disturbing to see the conditions some folks are living in. Now, to be clear, we're not talking about the lone individual who's on a tent, who's pitched trying to get by and needs a little help. We're talking about these collectives that end up becoming unsafe, unhealthy, and interestingly enough, the populations even continue to organize. They even ban people in some of these encampments, which is strange. Mr. Speaker, when you drive by, when you start to wonder about the health and safety conditions, the addictions some of these people must be facing, and there's other concerns. And I could stress and underscore, individual residents are talking about their frustration where they have to go to these encampments and get their personal items back that somehow were liberated and end up being found there. Oh, and another important one to underscore, where they have to disconnect the power from their home that they're paying, that's strung a line across an alley into the encampment, Mr. Speaker. Point being is, in some of these things, the disorganization is creating enough stress for the community, and we need clear and practical policy to help. Mr. Speaker, we're not addressing the challenge of saying, what expectations should we provide? When should we restore certain types of supports? How do we help the vulnerable? Mr. Speaker, what do we do for the neighborhood, the accessibility and respect that they deserve, Mr. Speaker? It seems the neighborhood keeps getting forgotten about these particular things. Mr. Speaker, these types of service levels need to be defined so we can be consistent and we can ensure. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, one of the often comments I hear is they want more, such as water, outhouses, garbage, etc., but we have space and shelters. We need to have that conversation, and I'm hoping we will later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Illinois Center. Member State.
Kadamay okausangit, kadamay nunakpumit. Kaya nami okakte August 3, 2025 ngutidlo ko tuktuyak tamiut amaro tamani ukyoktaktami tarami soldo atoktarok sa mangitami atulak sa mga mata 2.6 tako 10 feet 10 itiga soldo ila uludjute kalaw mata tako ado akkotit soldo imay naulak sotek tako 6 nguyud akkotit sokok tauluting ulok juak tilugin tako kulit akago siya mayo tayo man na akik suya katakaro aksotek tayo man na kimagi akalilaw mata eman na silaklok tumakarulutiklo ulok juak sotek ulok juak ujawlutiklo tamakwa mittagwing me mittagwing soglo sila lerevinga pigun na ililaw sa mga maluni sangiluwa mo takwa ano kay tamakwaro asing pekutikulo yakayaw yun soglo ulujaw katawlutik tamakwa makaktumakalulutik lo namituin na aksutik tamakwa pekutipinakikulugaluangin so lupuk talaulo yang makalaksuting pekutigilaw sa majangit tayaman na ikayok tayo kaya kakaluang mata kaba makunin tayaman na ulujaw law tuira magkuha salamak sayo na kulugin takwa katamayin nunat siya kaba makungit tanong nalaki kungin na ukala katakalaong man kisyan ukaw tiyaw lang mata kinakasuang na ako sinunat siningak to na ikayok tiksaw kayak tuning nunat siya kaba makungin ni kinayak takasulaw kaluak sote piti taw lang mata salamak sayo na lang mata tayaman na tuwag na ito kalakanga tayaman na ito kakataman nunat siya may sungman ato kaya kakuyaw law pagkayak kinaw yan kinang niyak po sinaminik tawlutig na pilang mata tamanna sigjangat soulu ulujausimatillugu salammaqsaigasuktilluugillu maannaujong ulujauloqsutin qoyannamik nunakpumi malagaliorti Katamayid Okausingit, Katamayid Taimanna, Asta Red Peterson, Tana, Upigijo Chala, Samaldone, Government Kune, Kanayaktilune, Okaktula, Samalone, Malagaliotikune, May 30, 2025, May Neunila, Samaldone, Copenhagen, Denmark, Inula, Samaldone, November 1935, May, Ukeotaktamoxonelu, 1953, May, Neuvaktikunur, Amarutta, Pilaritchakatasone, Ukeotaktami, Maligaleortikun Neguartauloxone 1983 mi Kigaktuilune Keterme Wagnanganon Amalok Kolegi Yauluni Ilabagi Yauluni Maligaleortikun Neguartauloxemallone Elekoseleganer Mosorlo Ministauloxone Umayulaganer Mollo Arnait Ketemayinginullo 1987 mi Okartitariauloxone 1989 mutikillugu uqartigiyaulorsamalluni katisaarlugu Red Peterson December 1987 mi haakernertillugin qorlortuumi qaujinnalaorpu uqallaktillugu ilungni kayurtiaqattalaorman imana ilagiyuyaarlunagi oqauseqqattalaorsamallunagi tukisiumalaoqakkuttau taimanni ikayurumaningana ukiortartamiuning malagaliortituinnaungilluni oqartiullunilu maayungullunilu katamayuullunilu Ammalo asenginni katamayo kataurune qorlortuumi qatermeunilo taama aperilugu taimanna akaunerpaakkuun ilaminni nagligusulaumat taimanna ikajortorluni nagligusukluunilu ikajorumallunilu taimanna imanna katamituinnaulaungitto imanna nalunaikkutariyaularma neriungnermun sanginermullu Pileri qattarluni malagaliortuuluni ministaulluni qorlortuumiu amalupagnertuumi ammalu Fort Ramey taiman akilertugaun nanilu pileri qattarluni katamayinniglu katamayitartitsilaorsamalluni qorlortuumi imanna pigitserainna qattarluni katamayiqalaaqajaujun taikani Boy Scouts niglu ammalutta unatartuksanguanik taimana inungni kajutsiaqattarluni Mr. Peterston Upigiyaulaupu iduldattaangunerartaulluni taimana ikayoqattarninganu inungikaluarluni imanna ikayuqattammaqilaorsimangman ukiortartamiutaujuni ikayoqattarlunilu tamakkuninga inungning taimana nunatsiarmi ajungitsialaorsimangman upikiyaqatsiarluni ikajutsiarlunilu Tamakkuninga kekkutuinnarni 2003 ngutillugu Mr. Peterson imanna inu katujaqatigi qatermiu inu katujaqatigi kunnu ilagiyaulilauorsamangma sipullerpaangulluni taimanna qallunaangugaluarsuni ilagiyaulilauorsamangman nunavumiutaujunut ilitaqiyaullunilu nunavumi amalu kanatami ilitaqiyaullaorsamalluni Red Peterson taimanna toqungalertillugu Dennis Patterson titerarlaorsamangman Kuyannamirtaugumavutaakko ilangin amayu ikayutsiaqattalaorsamaninganu oqausituinnaungittukkut asingittigullu kinguneqallarinniarpoq Katimayit oqausingit ilitarsini pulaaqearsamayunik unikkaangit katimayaqalaangu kainnartullu Mokfemmi malagaliorti Qoyannami oqarti katamayiqalaasi taakko unikkaaaqumangmata katamaguteqalaortillugit Bell 23 mi taakko nutaqqat pillugit pequyapik taakko pigayuganni uqalamaartaulaorman maligaliortiu balgaliorui March 13 2025 ngutillugu tunniutaulunilu katamayiqalaariyaujunu inullerinermuut qimequyayuksauniarluni katamayiqalaat imanannallikitaarsilaummatta qimequllutik October 20 2025 ngutillugu ministamu maligalinermuut katamayiqalaa pigiartissilaorpu sitamanik taakkuninga pequyaksa 23 mi imanna qimequtillugit Minister maligalanamon ang irutakaksunilo sitamani pekuyunga rotileoktauloksuning ukaktita ko pekuyaksa 23 maliga nutakkan miksano maliga nga pijutigiluge maliga uyok katematuin na utaw yun nang niakpo akisoktaw simalaktiliko koyan nami ukakti koyan nami mukfimi maligalayokti
Reports from committee.
Unikkaarningi katemajakala ngukain naqtulu qimaquyauningi tamakko peqayaksait qoyanami oqaqti taakko katemajakala assi pileqiaqalaaqmata peqayaksaq 24 maliga aaqigiaqut ilagiiluktaamik saana peqayanganik peqayaksaq 24 tungiliani uqalimaaqtaulorpoq March 13, 2025 me amaluttautun niutautuni katemajakalaano inuleqinarmu pifillianarmu peqimequyaugunna qullugu katemajakalaat nalliktaarsilaarputaakkuninga qimequllutik October 20, 2025 ngutillugu minister ilagiyauqataulluni maligaleqinarmut katemajakala pigaartitsilaarpu aaqigiarsigumallути atausarmi peqiyaksaq 24 qimequtillugit Minister maligalanammo angirutiqalaarpu pequyivungaani oqaaqti taakku katemajakala unikkaangi pequyaksak 24 maliga aaqigiaqu ilagiit maligangi pijutigillugi taakku katemagutaagunnarnialerput katematuinnartilluta qoyanami oqaqti qoyanamik maaqpuimi maligaleoqti unikkaangit katemajakalaat aqimegui laoqsimaningin pequyaksa maaqpuimi maligaleoqti qoyanami oqaqti pileqiaqalaarmata katemajisi pequyaksaq 27 maliga aaqigiarup sapummiaugunnaqullugi ilagi aanerteqattauteqattartuut tungiliani oqalamaaqtauluortillugu May 28, 2025 ngutillugu tunniutaullunalu katemajaqalaanu inuleqinammu qimequyauyunnaqullugu katemajaqalaat nalligitaarsilaarpu qimequlluti pequyaksami October 20, 2025 ngutillugu maligaleqiriku minisanga ilaulluni katemajaqalaanu utsilaarpu taana aaqigiaqutiqarluti tallimani pequyaksaq 27 qimequtillu taakkoninga maligaleqinammu minister angirutiqarluni tamainnik tallimani pequyivungaaqutaulaorsunik taana pequyaksaq 27 maliga sapummiauqullugi tamakku ilagi aanerteqattauteqattartut katematuinnaqutaujunnernialerput aaqigiartaujutitaartaukannerpallu pianikpat qoyanami oqarti maaqquimu maligaleorti unikkaangit katemajaqala qimequsimaninginnut taakkuninga pequyaksanik unikka ningit taakkua katemajaqalaangukainnaartut kiujuti oqausikkut apeqqutaulaortunik tusagaksait apeqquti oqausikkut katemajiiqitianuk Yellowknife qoyanami oqaqti taana simullerpaa taana aaneaqarnangittuleqinarmu inuleqinarmullu ministermut apeqsoorna qoviagitsiaqattaqakku apeqqutiga tamanna igluleqinarmu pijutiqarmat tamana aanniartuleqinarmu pijutiqarmat niruartikka uqallaqatigilauraqki taakkua pinasuaqussiulaortumi taimanna puyuqtummaqialulaarma taikani iglumi pulaariartaqanik taakkua igluleqijikkut imanna siggaleertoqattartut puyuliortuursuammarialulaarmata puyuqtaqaluamu anersaartortiarnarunniilauq malluunniit imanna siggaleertoqattariaqangikaluarmata angiqaariyaujimi taakkua qaujigiarunnarpanga ministau iglui atortuartauqattartuni igluqartut soorlu siggaleertoqattariaqanginninginnun iglugatta iluali aaneaqarnangittuleqinarmu minister qoyanami oqarti taina katamayoqatiqa igluleqinarmu ministauyoq uvangalu uqallaqatigiaqattaqannuk ukperusukkama April 1 ngutillugu siggaleertoriaqaqqattarniangittut taakkunani atortuartaujuni igluni aaneaqarnangittuleqinarmu minister Yellowknife qitianu maligaleorti qoyanami oqarti taimanna tusarlugu quvianammaqikpoq taimanna siggaleertoqattariaqanginningin ikajorma quviagivaqa Utaqqinittinni taimanna eroleqqitianut aaniaqarnangittuleqernermu minister. Uqaqti nunatsiami tamakkua ilangin igluqarsimangmata atuqtuartaujunik suuli ungataanu ukiunun ilangin taimanna taakkua tukisigiaqutitaartitau qattarlutiklu nuqqareaqarninginu siggaleertuqattarnermu tamaani nunatsiami amisammarialuuqattarmata siggaleertuqattartut nuqqareaqarlutiklu aaqissuigasukkatta qanga tamanna atuqtauniarmangaaq oqarunnangikkaruartungut kissanan tukisiumayunga taakkua ilangit siggaleertuaqarunniiqtitauqatta arunnaqullugut qinnami taluneeqqitianumallikaliorti uqaqti tamakkua soorlu qanilerigiaqaqattangikkaruarmata tamakkua siggaleertuqattartut ikayuqturtaugiaqarmata imanna soorlu aannialequtaugunnarmat aannialequtaugunnarmata taakkua siggaleertuluaqattartun ikayuqtautsiaqiaqarmata akunimmarialu siggaleertuqattarsimangmata tamakkua ilangin igluni atuqtuaqattartu sapumiyaugiaqarmalu mattalu tamakkua sanilimiutangin qinnami uqaqti taimanna taakkua soorlu uqarsimayuqtaqaqattalertu atuqtuarumarpata igluni siggaleertuqiaqangittut asajiivallialerlutiklu siggaleertuqiaqangittuuninginu tamakkua kikkutuinnernu atuqtuartauqattartu igluit imanna amisuunut iglugiyaugaangata siggaleertuqattangittuniglu sanilimiutaqaqattarluti pingmata taimanna pileriqatigigiaqarniaqattigu malilugin aaniaqarnangittuleqernermu minister apiqquti uqausikkut Inuktitut bootlegmummalagiliorti qinnami uqaqti taima nunakpummi malagaliorti uqauseqiqqaujanga pijuttigillugu Inuktitutmi makansiimiutaugatta taakkua nunalingni taimanna ulurtua nauqattartillugu taada maakakku ministanga apiqigumayaqa uqarunnarpa ikayuqtaulauqpa taakkua kiinaujatigu gavmakkunni ulurjualauqtillugin salummarsaayunnaqullugin nunamingni qinnami uqaqti Inuktitut bootlegmummalagaliorti minister maakakkunut qinnami uqaqti taakkua nunatsia gavmakkungit taimanna ikayuqtaulaungittu kiinaujatigut aaqissuqtaukanniqiaqarningin aqutingit ammalu piquti tamakkua puktalaaruluuyartu salummarsartaujunnaqulugit maannasaangulortumi katimatillutta taakkua maakakku qaujisarsimatillugillu qanutigi soruqsimangmangata qausigialauqattigu taakkua tuktuuyartumiut ikayuqutiksartaalaungittu uvattini haamlikku taakkua tuktuuyartumi tuksirariaqarmata kiinauyaning uvattinnit ammalu nalunayarsilutik sunait suqulaurmangata gavamakkut soorlu kiinauyiqartitauqattarmata tamaitalu tamakkua nunaliuyut qanuiliorluuyartuqaraanga nanituinnaq ila nunalingni Inuktitut bootlegmummalagaliorti qinnami uqaqti tukisiumagama taakkua katimayuuyut taimana tuavernartukkut atulaurninginnut tuksirautiqalaungimmata nalliukumaangittigut qaimmaliklutik minister qaujimava taimanna kiinaujartaalaurmangata tamakkua minister nunaleqernermut qinnami uqaqti tuavernartoq tumiilerninginnu taimanna uqauseqiyauqattartut taimaittuugaluartillugi taimanna kiinaujartaanginnaqattangittut kikkutuinnait kisiani qanuittuni tuavernartoqalaurmangaa qausisalaoqaarsuta pigiaqaqattaqatta taikko hamlekko tuktuujartumi nalliukumaangit pidjutigilluki qausigiaqannaqajartut hamlekkunnit nalliukumaatigu kiinaujartaartitaulormangaata qinnimiuqarti minister malagali Inuktitut like malagaliortik qinnimiuqarti qauyimayunga tuktuujartumiun asangittitut uvatti nunaqutit katitut taakko tuktuujartumiut imanna ibaqarvingat salummarsaq ila salummarsaigutik sangani pitaartitaulaormata kigliqartuna kiinauiqartitaungmata soorlu haamlekkungin ikajortaugiaqartuujaaqaluarluni ikajortausimangimmata qiyannamin Inuktitut like malagaliorti maakakkunu minister malukta minister ullunga nunalingni ikajoqasuaqattartugut haamlekkut akaliksaqangimmata takpani imanginnu salummarsautiuqattartumik parnaksimatutiqaqiaqarmata tamanna aullaalaorsimalluni auyami tukisigiartit sikkannequmallunga qalutigi akittutigiimmangaata tamakkua 4.9 million nguqquulaortut haamlekku nammineq taakkua akiliilaorlutik taakkua kinaujartaaqilaortangin tuktuujartami $2.8 million taqakkannermata amiakkoqarmata taimannatigi kiinauyaning nunamingnu atortaagunnaqajartuni qiyanmiuqarti minister maakakkunni apaqutiuqausikkut Range Lake mimalagaliorti qiyanmiuqarti taimanna katamayullunga uqaqqaugama ukiortartamiu akiliiluaqiaqarunniaqaluarmata akkituyummaqiyuni ukkaaliuqutiaujuni ukkaaqartitauninginnuut uqapiluqattarmata taimanna qamiinnassuungullutiklu tamaani amisumarialungnilu kiinaujaiyaqattarlutik pequtingit suruqqaangata akiliqtaugunnaqattangillutik taana ministry NTPC kuna kiuqqujaujuugaluaq sungman taakkua taimaikkaluartillugin taimana kiinaujartaaqattaqaluarlutik qaumaqutinuut aaqittaullaqilaorsimangila qiyanmiuqarti taana ministry NTPC kunut ajigiingittuugmata tamakkua akiliutaugunnaartu ikayoqutiksauqattartullu qaumaqutinuut ukkaaliuqutinut taimanna akiliiluartailamayunnaqullugit amaluttua peqataa taakkua pequtiiqlualiorneq uqarti pitaqaarma 1917 tamakkua sanayaulaorsimangmata angummatigasuanginnaqaluartugu tamatama tamaani nunatsiami taimanna pidjutigillugu imanna angummattigiaqarasuaqiaqarattaa nunatsiami taulluta tamakkuninga nutaungittualuulerlutiklu tamakkua atoqattartavu ukkaaliuquti qaumaqutiliuqutiin angummattigiaqaratta taakku uqauseriinnaqattartaqa kavamatoqakku katamaqatigileqaangakkin kavamakku taimanna kayusijjutigiaqarpu tamakkuninga ikajortaujunnaqullugit inuqutivu nunatsiami NTPC kuna malagaliorti Range Lake mimalagaliorti quviasukpungaga minister qaujimatsiaarma tamakkuninga akaungiliuqutigiyaoqattartuni qaumaqutiliuqutinun taimanna qanuittullataaning pequtiinik sanagunnarniarpisi nutaanik tamakkua soorlu qamigayuktumarialuugatta tamaani NTPC kuna malagaliorti minister qiyanamiuqarti ajigiingimmata tamakkua nunalingnu ajigiingittunu qaujimaruktaaqattalu taimanna qamigayukkatta atausituinnarmi ituilliuqut qangimmata akaungiliuqut qangimmata tamakkua ikuallaktualuujoqalauqtillugu taimanna uluqianarnersaukkannermaan Kauma ko tinatamak ko piliraya kang matatamak ko ni nga ulo kaya nakto kayak to ni.
So that the poles and the wires aren't likely to be at risk. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work happening to try to, on a broad sense, to connect our grids, to create transmission connections, and to bring greater redundancy to our system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for TPC. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we're waiting for those infrastructure improvements, we've seen businesses that have had to close because of blackouts and power equipment failures that have led to fires. I have a constituent who's out of home because of that. We have the community of Fort Smith that has started court proceedings to recoup money. So what does the minister suggest for people who are financially impacted by these outages? What recourse do they have? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is part of what gets approved by the Public Utilities Board are the terms and conditions of sale, both for the generation component that tends to be exclusively done by the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, as well as the distribution that is done both by NTPC as well as Naka Power. And regulated utilities in Canada are not permitted to reimburse customers for damages. That is one of the standard situations that everyone in Canada does find themselves at. Regulated utilities in Canada are only allowed to charge customers for the costs to operate their system, which is then what unfortunately leaves folks who have experienced extreme or other kinds of claims outside of that process. But again, it's one that is regulated all across Canada and for us by the Public Utilities Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Response for NTPC. Oral questions. Member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the circumstances, can the Minister of Housing confirm that installation of a backup power generator would be considered an eligible expense within Housing NWT's programs for this seniors home in Fort Providence? Thank you.
Housing NWT.
And thank you to the member for the question. I think a conversation with district staff at this point and looking at the facility itself to see if a backup power generator is warranted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Member, oral questions. Member from the Decho.
Thank you. Will the minister support community-led proposals to install backup generators in the seniors independent living home? And can NWT Housing provide technical and or financial assistance to help communities develop these potential solutions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Decho, couple of questions there. Minister responsible for NWT. Housing NWT. Try that again.
Of course, I think Housing NWT would be happy to lend some technical expertise if we're going to look at potential power generation solutions within the elders facility. And once we have that technical type of review, then we could talk of financial assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Response for Housing NWT. Final supplementary. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there any other specific funding streams, either territorial or federal, that Housing NWT can access to support installing a backup generator in seniors' homes? Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Decho. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, having a conversation with the district office, there's a few funding streams that are available, and working perhaps with the local housing organization, the local band. There's a community housing support initiative grant. There's also a co-investment fund that would require investment from both the community and Housing NWT. So there is some possibilities, Mr. Speaker, that we could look at for a solution. Thank you.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI. Mr. Speaker, in their response to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment's report on the regulatory framework. They mentioned an NWT regulatory webpage that they'd be establishing. Can the minister provide more information on this initiative, and can she give us an idea of when this initiative will launch? Thank you.
Member from Framley, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it's essentially a one-stop shop where we can bring all of the players, if you will, in our regulatory system and our pathfinders together into one place for stakeholders to be able to gather information about working within our system. And our deadline for having this available to the public is the end of this year, calendar year. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Member from Framley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just noting a bit of clarification. In the response, they spoke to establishing that webpage as an interim measure and then moving on to a one-stop shop. It sounds like the two are being conflated as one, and if they are, that's fine. And I've got a timeline. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Framley, Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we've divided our approach to a one-stop shop into two phases. The first phase will be an online presence, and the second phase would be working towards a physical presence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Final supplementary, member from Framley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the minister's timeline on the website. Does the minister have any idea when the physical presence might be possible? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Framley. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. So this would be bringing together all of the stakeholders within the regulatory system, so that being the GNWT, as well as our regulatory boards, as well as the federal government. So we want to make sure that we're working closely with the federal government to understand how we fit within, for example, their major projects office and the way that they're driving projects forward. So we're looking at the end of next calendar year for that. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I asked about same-day services this past March, I learned that there are 24 same-day appointments between the two Yellowknife clinics Monday to Friday and approximately 18 on Saturdays. Can the minister clarify if that is for clinic appointments only, or if those numbers include lab appointments, if those numbers are still accurate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slave, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that level of detail, I would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that commitment from the minister. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me what steps are taken to fill empty spots that exist for same-day appointments with waitlisted patients, especially those with urgent and complex needs, such as elders and those with disabilities? And if this isn't a thing, is there any contemplation of closing that gap? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Kind of a multiple question there, but I'll turn it to the Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I know from the information that I have that there are urgent slots at the Stanton Terrell Hospital lab site and at the primary care lab site. There are as well urgent designated times for the day. And when patients are, for instance, having surgery or something like that, they usually have a pre-op the day before. If they need to have blood work, though, they should be ensuring that they're utilizing their physician or whoever their pre-op is with to consult the lab to make sure that they have that appointment. And with wait lists, I know that they routinely try to fit in wait lists. So when people are there, you can show up. There's so many booked appointments, and then you can sit and wait and attempt to get fitted in. There's also a wait list you could put your name on, and that they would contact you if something opens up throughout the day. And we encourage residents to pre-book appointments in advance, so if they know that they're, if they have ongoing routine blood work, and I think that that's one of the things that if they have to have an appointment every so often, get their appointments for blood work done way in advance. There's certain things that they are working on to try and to reduce, as we are aware that there is an issue with the appointment times. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister. I know she is working on a communication strategy of how to explain that to the public better. Mr. Speaker, will we see reasonable accommodations to make sure that folks aren't standing outside in the cold for a same-day appointment this winter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Grace Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the lab staff arrive, I believe that, that's the issue is that the place where they are downtown is the landlord is the responsible person, and so the staff can go in, but the doors open at a certain time. And then the issue that was raised not just today, but yesterday with the chairs, that issue has been raised with the landlord. However, they do not recommend that chairs be in the lobby of the waiting area. They don't recommend that even movable chairs that could go there and be removed. So this is an ongoing discussion that I will have NTHSSA continue to follow up with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. I know the Minister herself has been a big champion of the Office of Client Experience, and yesterday in her response to oral questions from the member for Great Slave, the Minister noted she had personally met with the Indigenous patient advocates and heard about many of the same concerns that we talk about often in this House. I'm interested in how the documentation of those concerns actually leads to action. So can the Minister explain what is the process for how the concerns being documented by the Office of Client Experience are supposed to lead to action at a systemic level by the health authorities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate these questions because one of the things, as like the member has said, I do support the work that the Office of Client Experience do and the patient advocates. I'm a champion for the work that they do, but we didn't have any actual data on the things that were being brought forward, especially when it came to Indigenous people. We've heard it multiple. We've all can stand up in here and say we know that some of these issues. However, like I'll use, for instance, medical travel. Medical travel, anybody, I've traveled to most communities, that is one of the biggest issues. It's the understanding of the program, though. It is not and I'm not saying that there is a problem, but the problem lies within the policy that because it's not an insured service, we use different policy and we use non-insured services to move people around. The escort pieces is the biggest piece that we have the most contentious with, is the non-medical escorts that have to travel with people. That is something that has to be approved through NIHB, through Ottawa. And we don't have if it doesn't meet the standard criteria and the policy, all of those have to go to Ottawa. So this is also data that's driving us to be able to bring that to NIHB and sit down and say, this is our most contentious. This policy is not, working for the Northwest Territories and our small and remote communities where we still speak a lot of Indigenous languages, and so we need to do better. So the work that this does is helping us fight that fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that, but I also understand that many of the concerns being raised are not exclusively related to federal policy or NIHB, including feedback received through the patient experience questionnaire. Can the minister explain what is the process for publicly reporting and taking action on the feedback received through the patient experience questionnaire, both this year's and previous years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that the patient experience questionnaire, somebody who's worked in the system for many, many years, that this happens every 2 to 3 years. So the questionnaire goes out, and it's through the quality program, and it goes out to anyone on their experience or current experience with the healthcare system. what it does is it comes back and then there's a report generated. It is usually public. I think the last one was done in 2022. And what that report, what it helps to do is work with those areas, with the executive team, and to work within those areas to try and improve those areas. And so that's generally how it goes. And it also helps us to build that for business plans. Like if the NTHSSA is coming forward because there's something that we're lacking, then that evidence also, those questionnaires, the data from the public can help generate some of that work. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just note I was looking online for a report from any previous patient experience questionnaires and couldn't find any, so if the minister can direct us to that, that would be great. I was also looking in annual reports of the Health Authority, and the last time that there was detailed statistical reporting on performance measures, including patient satisfaction, was 2019-2020. Will the minister direct the Health Authority to resume detailed reporting on patient satisfaction and patient outcomes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I will do is I will have a conversation with NTHSSA as to what has happened and what has changed, and I can report back to the member. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on my member's statement, we have a lot of people of all ages going for treatment for alcohol and or drug abuse. There's a lot of people from my community, my region, go out to as far away to Toronto for up to 6 weeks. And upon the return, they're going back into their same old habits. They have no resources to go to. There's absolutely no help, and some of these people are falling back into their old habits within a week or so. It would be good if the government can follow through and make some of these programs available especially in our smaller communities. So how can we as a government ensure that we are not setting up our people for failure by sending them to another jurisdiction for treatment to heal themselves, but bringing them back to an environment that made them sick? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order for a resident of the Northwest Territories to attend a treatment facility, they have to be referred by a caseworker who works with them. That caseworker also creates a aftercare plan for when they return home, and then before their discharge, they are to communicate with that is part of the work that happens and so I encourage that if residents are returning back to their community, to speak with the caseworker that has referred them out, because that is part of it. And if the member has residents that want to have this looked into as to why, he can feel to reach out to my office and we can work together as to what is being missed. Because my understanding is that is a whole part of the referral process, is the aftercare plan coming home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
I'd like to thank the minister for that opportunity. I'll be taking her advice and reaching out to her. It's been a long time. There's people going out and not following through, or don't have the capacity, or don't have the resources to reach out to. How long is it going to take for us to move forward and support our people who are crying for help, to move forward and break the cycles instead of taking steps backwards because of the lack of resources, especially in our smaller communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have done as a government with feedback from Indigenous and small communities is that we've created the Community Mental Health Awareness Fund, and which is something that it incorporates for the Indigenous governments have an opportunity to apply on funding to run their own types of programs, wellness programs, recovery programs, anything that their community chooses to. Then once the initial period is open for regional Indigenous governments, after I think it's January 31st, I can get the details and send it to the members on this. But it opens up to everybody else. So for February and March, whatever the funds are left in that community, community organizations that's tied to an Indigenous friendship center. We've funded friendship centers in some of the communities. In the past, we've funded GTC. In the past, we fund Tetlit Gwitchin to run programs in those communities. However, this year we haven't received any applications from his minister, the members riding. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reach out to members of my 3 communities and see if they can allocate some funding. How can we work in collaboration to provide what is needed for the residents of the Mackenzie Delta in regards to addictions and aftercare for funding and resources that's to be made available within our smaller communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from the Mackenzie Delta. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Beaufort Delta was the first to be reviewed under the community counseling program, and so what they have done is they've done a collaboration where they pull the Indigenous governments and the community counseling program together to be able to serve people and hire people with lived experience to be able to provide those services. I know we are currently working in the Sawtooth through that process as well, and we are hoping that we'll get through the rest of the territory because it's designed on servicing the region, the people, and what their needs are. However, I understand, that there's always issues when it comes to when people are in crisis. But what I can do is I can put together the information for the member, and if I can, I'll see how much detail we have to be able to put it together for the region. I know we don't have it broken down just for Mackenzie Delta, but it might be the regional process. We have the THARP that will be opening up, which is a transitional housing and after addiction recovery home that will be opening up soon. I know all the construction is done now, and it's just waiting on the operator and the policies to be done in Inuvik, which would help for those coming back to be able to stay there before going off to their community to give them that little bit longer support. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member for Mophly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that seniors currently receive a $1,000 monthly income deductions when calculating rent, what is preventing the GNWT from going further and eliminating rent entirely for seniors in public housing? Mr. Speaker, I'm serious about this question. I don't want no chuckle. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mophly. Minister of Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, just thinking about the question, Mr. Speaker, and how can we eliminate rent for seniors in the Northwest Territories. Understanding the situation we're in for housing NWT, we have about $13 million in rental arrears across the north. That's the situation right now. And in order to build new homes and maintain what we have, people need to pay their rent. Understanding many times elders are taking on the burden of the entire family, there is considerations, and that $1,000 rental reduction each month based on their income is what's provided to elders at this time. There's a lot of work that we have to do as Housing NWT, especially with our strategic renewal and moving forward with compromise agreements. But again, these are the discussions we need to have, and these are the questions that are asked by the members. So at this time, I don't have a solution, but I just want to give this House an idea of how much rental arrears across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Member for Moakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of the arrears are from all housing policy. Mr. Speaker, how does the GNWT ensure that the current rate calculation formula based on household income over age 19 fairly reflects the financial realities of seniors, many of whom live on fixed incomes and face rising costs for essentials? Thank you.
Member for Moakley. Minister of Health, or Minister responsible Housing and NWT.
Mr. Speaker, again, rent is based on income, so this is gross income of the household. So it's not only the elder or senior in the house, it's the entire household, the working income or the income of the household. So there's sometimes difficulty with seniors because they take the burden on again of the entire household and don't get the support from other working members of the household. So again, another difficult situation. But Housing NWT right now is reviewing the rental scale, and we hope to have more comment from members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Housing NWT. Final supplementary. Member for Moakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to a review, she said she is, but of the public housing program to explore rent-free option for seniors, especially in light of growing concerns about affordability and aging in place? Thank you.
Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
And the rental scale, we're undergoing a review right now. One thing I have asked Housing NWT is to include some work by researchers that have done a lot of analysis from housing and housing in the north. So working with like poverty specialists, working with people that have done many PhD dissertations to add their recommendations to Housing NWT. So it's not only housing that's looking at it, but we're trying to do a fulsome review that recognizes the challenges and realities in the north. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Housing and NWT. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have the occasion, of course, now to return to my member statement, not fully, obviously, about the subject I raised, which is the encampment fatigue process and the formalizing of a policy so we know what we're looking for. So, Mr. Speaker, my questions are directed to the Minister of Housing, of course, as you can imagine. And I'd like to ask her is, what can we do about getting, or I should say, what can we do about creating a transparent policy on encampments? Because, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a variety of responses, and some of them are fair, some of them are reasonable, and we want to make sure that we have public input in it, and so people understand we have a progressive policy that's responsive, but fair, and has good reasons why we're doing or not doing something. Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Mr. Speaker, again, a really important question considering the number of encampments in and around the city over the last few years. As Housing NWT, we commit to developing a standard operating procedure on how we will, within government, work together and with other partners for spring of 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for Housing and NWT. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we'll have lawyers saying we have a government obligation to do something. We have lay people that say that that's untrue. We have technocrats that say it's somewhere in the middle, Mr. Speaker. Why are we waiting to come forward with a policy that would make most of this at least follow a consistent direction? And I think that's usually where I stand at the beginning, which is we need some level of consistency, and we can bleed fairness and whatever necessary into the mix. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get the question, but fairness and equity, yeah, that's really important, how we apply this across the board. Again, really important as a government that we apply this. But with the encampments over the summer, we've asked them and we've worked with them and we've counseled them and we've provided them weekly visits, and we're working with the Integration Service Delivery Team and Housing NWT and the Yellowknife Partnerships Committee The one big thing with all of this encampment discussion, understanding not many people want to live in shelters, but there is shelter space available. And applying a policy across the board is important, and having that public engagement is important. So again, like I committed to, we'll have a policy in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Response for Housing and NWT. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last part of the question was actually exactly where the minister just went, which is I'm concerned about the declaration made by people in absence of a policy. So in other words, they say shelters aren't safe, they have nowhere to go. They say we can't cohabitate with our partners, which in a lot of ways is wrong, but we don't have shelters that respond to that. Will this new policy take into effect that if people are making declarations of that nature or citing these types of concerns, we can come up with a policy that is flexible but sensitive enough to the broader concerns? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing, NWT.
Mr. Speaker, the difficulty with housing NWT and with housing in general is we need to come up with comprehensive solutions across the board for housing, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. And we've seen that. We've seen that in encampments. We've seen that with homelessness. We see that with elders that are unable to pay their rent. Housing NWT, we have to move beyond what we're currently doing. And I've said this before, we can't just be market and public housing or market and social housing. We have to look at transitional housing. We have to look at supportive living. We have to look at all possibilities across the housing continuum. But again, we need the support of all partners, including Indigenous governments, including the federal government, and hopefully Building Canada Homes will provide some of that support, but we'll see what happens there. But again, we need comprehensive solutions, and it can't be one size fits all, because it's certainly failing us at this time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Responsible for Housing, NWT. Oral question.
Apakkote o kausik ko inuwid po like mamalagalokte. Ko inumi o kakte tak ko o kausak kau yang katema yituin na ulong apakkote so apikute gidlukit. O kakte tan apakkote kaya ka apakkote so ala kasi kono minister ujak tchalo ne pigi ako nakpa pigon nak niakpalo taman na mitawe inuwik me taman na akik sokta sa mana ninganon kaya na may inuwibo like mo malagaleokte takote zuala ka na mo minister kaya na may okakte tako inuwig me mittawe atok tao yung magalo katak matamani ukiok takta me pila zuak sa malutig lunuta me mittawe me utak kibikta ako na kullugo pila zuak katak lutig lumalagaleokte amalo Piga tao sa malaksunalo ako ni makauliktok. Tukisige ako tiksaylo tamak ko amit tawe utak bigi jangani taman na piga tao kaya katugiya kalawak sa magaloma ako ni kalag inuwibuk lang may malagalokte kaya na may ukakte ako kaya na may ako tigibaka ta na minister apag yung malugulo pila kataka ako na niya mga tako na nga pila kayo yun tagpa ni sa tan na pigyak sa nagyak tao kanilak pa utak kabing inubing mimitak pe utak kabing kain mo kakte taman na pila kakayaw katao mailak ko sa kayaw katao mat pila kakayaw na aksonelo amalo tamak ko contract akte tao tiksak tao tigigat contract tao tigiyaw na yang man contract tak ko pitakang nangi maligduit nunaling mi kaya na may kakte kaya na may paka minister tamato miksano o kausa kakaong man kana minister tusak ti chigon nakpa manaw yo kadoyliyok pala na mga ta kanangalo pigak taw na mga utak kay mitakwing mi pakutak duala ka na mo minister kaya na may kakte kau yung manukta ko at ijakakto taong iman. Tema kaktoy ko tao taong manaw yung o kau sa yung nanginda ko. Kaya na may kakte apak ko tayo kau sa kot range like may malagaleokte. Kaya na may kakte ta na minister nunala ka ng mod uqaussiqaina qattarman tamakkuninga ajigingittunik tuavernartuleqanarmu pitutaqartunni uluqianartumi taaligiaqarninginnillu kikkutuinna taqaanimiu tauyut taimanna angequtiqarlutalo ataussituinnarmi pivaalequtiqarsimangmata pequyuvunga ila pigiarutiksaugajartumik tuavernartuleqanarmut aulitsi pijutigillugit atuinnaugiaqarlut sungmataana minister ilinniaqiaquyingippa tamainnik tuavernartuleqiyiumiksaanu pijutiqartunik nunaleqanarmu minister
Speaker, the ICF
Kuyanamioqarti taakkua pilereerigattigu namiluktaa taana kanatami tamainnut soorlu ilinniarutiksait atoqtaagunnarniartu tuavernartuleqaner tamanna parnaksimagiaqarninginnullu tuavernartuleqanermun aamalu ilinniartatauqattarluti kikkutuinna iqqanaajartamingnik taimanna parnakpalliagumalluti tuavernartuleqiyiunermuut taimanna iqqaumagama taissumani niquartiulluta ila imana ilaugiaquma laqigiaqaratta nammina ilinniaqiaqumagutta nunatsiagavamakkungini iqqanaajartut pilereariarpu tamakkua pilereertiaqu qunnaqullugi Kuyanami minister nunaleqanarmut range life mimmalagaliorti kuyanami oqarti taimanna tuavernartuleqi oqauniumiksaanu ilinniartitau yuluktaanguiaqarmata tamakkua parnaksima yunnaqullugin taqqaanimiu tauyut iqqanaajartiuyu taana minister maligaliuqunnarpa taimanna pequyattigulluuni aaqigiarsigunnarpa tamakkualuktaat tuavernartuleqiyiuyu nunatsiami ilinniartitautsiaqunnaqullugi kuyanami nunaleqanarmu minister kuyanami oqarti taimannatittu pilereaqijarpu asangittitut taakkua gavamakku uqaujuigiaqangimmata ilinniaqiaqartuti akilertugaungillutik pileqiyiungmata ikayuqtuigaluartugut taimanna ilinniaqiaqarninginut kisiani tilisigunnanginnatta ilinniaqiaqallattaartuti ilaaqunnanginnatigu kikutuinna ilagijauqattartu tuavernartuleqanermut taimanna ilinniartitauqattarmata ilinniaqumagaangata tuavernartuleqiyiuniarluting nunalingni tuavernartuleqaner tamanna pillugu taimanna maligatigu tamanna aaqqigunnartaqaluarpu tiliqattarlugillu tamarmi ilaujuluktaat kisiani tukisiumagiaqarattaan nunalialaartaqarma amisuni tamaani nunatsiami iqqanaajartiqarunnaqajaangittugu taimanna iqqanaajainнaqajartunik tamatama miksaana pijutiqartunik akilerturtaungillutik tamakkua pilereqattarmata tuavernartuleqiyu tamakkua akilertugauqattangimmata ikajortuariaqarattigulu kuyanamioqarti minister kingullerpaaq range life mimmalagaliorti taimanna kiuninga pijutigillugu akaungiliuqutigiyaoqatauvuq tamanna kiugutigiyanga nunatsiagavmakkungi taimanna ilauqattarmata atulequyigutta taimanna soorlu tuavernartuleqiunarmu taakkua tuavernartuleqaniu silataani sungma minister taimanna uqangitpat sungman ullutamaarsiutining ilinniartitauqattariaqaraluarmata nunaleqanermu minister kuyanami oqarti immaqaatusangitaangaqai taassuman taimanna ilagiyauqataugma ilinniartitseqattarni nunatsiagavmakkuulluta uqaarsimagatta tamakkua qiniqtiuqattartun ilinniaqunnaqattarmata kisianittau aulagunnanginnattigu nunalingni gavamagiyauyu namminer aulangmata ikayoqumaguting ikayoqunnarmata taimanna apeqqutigiyanginnik kuyanami oqartu minister nunaleqanermut apeqqutit oqausikkut frame lake mimmalagaliorti Koyana mi okakte taan apekko tiga kinawilana mo minister. Kapamakko kiugu te kasemang mata pivali yulana mo tamakko apekko taako ano nakakasema yun. Ukala katiga sumagattego.
Member from Frameland, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the subscriptions to this program has grown over the years. So in 23-24, we had 6 secondments. In 24-25, we had 8. 25-26, we had 7. Again, it's well received. This program's actually been through a review, positive feedback all around from the participants. And as such, the program will be continuing with some adjustments to make it even more accessible for Indigenous governments across Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Minister of Finance, member from Frameland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister kind of got to my next question.
Minister, apekko tigsaktaktikan ng mga kaiban na kayo si simang mataman na minister unika ako nakpaakigak tao simana kaya nga unika ako tigil nakpagkakay minister. Kaya na may okakte itako apidyo tigil lugit kinawyak takan na kayang nangil $40,000 takan naktukod ato ni tako nung inungnut imaka amigak to kaktuk sa uyugalo nunat siya ka ba makungit taman na ikanaya raw pilakatang ningit aksak tao siya maraw pilakatang ningit ikanayak tuksain kinaw jak saw tikakakang mata akaw naksaw kayang man ilan niyak titaw katakayakang mata nakakasama yudlo kaya ulak pa frame like malagaliokte kaya na may okakte na minister unikat siya katang mata kuninga pakataan wak nakpo nga minister kinaw yan ni ilisik ka na kung nakayak pa kinaw yan ko tigaya mining ilagyak tao tiyarlo nilo kayo si siya katang nga maliklo kinaw yan ni pitak ka na sigunak ba kaya na may okakte kaya namig minister kinawala ka ng mot kaya namig man na amisukan nakpata tamakko ikanayak tilo akilak to taguting unok sigak tawag kakpata tamakko di pa magiyaw yun so tamakko atok taong ito kinaw yan ikanayak tiyo gayak tumod akito kaya ko tao kung naktugalo kasi ni kaya tago nang manaw yung taman na apekko tigil ka kinawala ka na mo minister kaya namig yalong na kiti ano malagayokte kaya na yokakte apekko ti kakama ane ka nang itulala na mo inulala ka na mo lo ukalog viola kama taan na kamagiyaw yok solo isamamigo akaw ngili ako ti kakto tuniya ulaw man ukaluguta ulaw so nila uwan nun tako solo tayo man ikayok tao yugolo tako ano takkan iman na iliyok to kalaw man ulumi ila solo agjak tao tuwin nakatang mata inik sa kakti tao luting ang kakangit no inigiyaw katak tuming mamena kaya may kakti tayo man na tako asadyak tao kung nakpaman na ilak ko sa kayaw yok mamena ukadalawak kaw ka ma apingalawak na nga okakte kaw yung mga ito nga kano ito kalaw mga okaw sa jangit takalo ta sa mga pilawak tumi katsin ukyo kang mga kaw yung mga namalo ang katigay ko takakat 16 ang ataan ukyo kakpan at sige titaong mata ang kakangikuin pila ka katigiyaw yung naktugaluak makuktuming makuktuk pa pila ka kayagun naktugaluak tisyan inaulak pa pila ka katigiyaw nang ito Kaya naman ukakte innabloni ammalo imana isumaksok ti tawloni lupingman imana aperigama minister ujaktotsiarunnarpa taiman na anititautu innaqattariaqangimmata iliyaulutiglu angiqeqaartoqangittumu taugiaqangimmata aksuroqattartillugit atuagar taakkua uqauseriauqattariaqartut nunalinnun minister aaniaqanangittulernamu inallernermullu uqaarti qoyannamiirpaqa katamayiuyoq ammalo qausimallunga takvani pilerivigijartinni uqalluriksaqataqalauqama pileriiqqatigiyanning taimanna niaqukku akau illuilliorutiqaartoq imana departmaganuulaurama uqarlungalu taakkualuktaat ikajortauqattangittut ikajortaugiaqaraluarninginnun pileriqqatigiittoqatsiarluni kisiani pileriqqatirigigunnarukku taanna katimayiuyu qanuittoqalaurmanga taassuminga uqauserianganing taakkua aaniaqarnangittuleriyikkunnu uqauserigunnarniartara qanuke aaqigiarunnarniaqattigu qainami apequti uqausikkut mamianaq taanna yalunai uangnanganumalgaliortik qainami uqaarti aperigumayaqa minister aaniaqarnangittulerenermut tamakkua aanniarviliariaqqaraluarlutik aanniarviliangittun pitaqaqattarman akaungiliorutigiyaulunilu tamanna taakkua illuarsaayit soorlu suleriaksaqarunni kaallakti tauqattarmata iniksaqariaqaraluartillugu asinginnu aanniartunu aanniarviliarumayunu luutaaliarumayunun 2019-2020 milu taakkua aanniartuleriyikku unikkaaliuluarmata tamakkua iniksaqaraluarlutik luutaaliangittut taimanna nutaaniqai tusartitsigunnarpaa unikkaaliortausimayunik 2025 mutikillugu qanganitauningalu maliglugu minister aaniaqarnangittulernermu inullernermullu qoyannami uqaarti qoyannamiirutikiyara tamanna taakkua utiqtigunnarniartara pileriviganut qatsiuqattarmangaata tamakkua qanu luutaan takoyauqattarmangaata qatsiuyu piluartama yalunaifmi amisunngorpalliavat uvaluni utaqqiyullu qatsiuvat taakkua titerarsimayunik kamagiyaqarmata maannaujung parnaksimallutiglu unikkaarniarmata uvannun taakkuninga titerarsimayunik tamakkua tukisigiarutik saugayartut pitigunnarniartakka katamayuyimma yalunaif uangnanganut qainami uqaarti taima qanuiliorpalliavisi tamanna akaungiliortau ninganun tamakkua luutaaliaqaraluarsuutiin kinguvaqattartu luutaaliangitullu taimana uqalugviugiaqarmata pileriyinun tusartitauqattariaqarmata luutaaliariaqartuti ilaartumik soorlu kigussiileriyikkunnuuriaqarlutiglu kigussiileriyikkunnuangittut qanuiliorutigiauqattarpan qainami uqarti minister aaniaqarnangittulerenermu inulerenermullu uqarti imanna uqarunnartunga tamakkua tukisigiarutiksaa pidjutigillugin taakkunani utaqqiyuni qaqitauyakkut qaujikkartauqattarmata utaqqi tusartitauqattarlutiglu soorlu qaayuqangikkaangan iniksartaartitauqattarluting kisiani qilamikuluk taimanna qaujikkaitainnaqattarmata qaigunnanginnerminun maana saangulaortumi aaniaqarnangittuleriyikku katimatillugit qaqitauyakkut akaungiliorutiqaarmatalu qaayunna jaangittungaalaatuinnaqattangimmata imminig kaingi kaangamig kautuakpat tan takoyawa suakattang mata pimmakayong mata iniksaliok simayu tamakkua iniksaliok simanimingni takoyaktuigi akaluang mata luuttaanik piluaktimme tamaani yalonaipmi koyanimiokakti ani akanang ito lang ng minister ilagay ako yalonaip uwag nanganot koyanimiokakti tako pijutigidlugit tamakko utakkayut ammalu luutaliang ito pijutigidlugit uimayako tao simakko matamanna apikigumayakatta minister tamakko nalunayak siya kullugo tako ninga luutaliang niaktut pinasuakasyo simayunga tamanna utakkiyok takalaungimman tamakko soklu iniksaliok tao simayugaluang ning tamanna ito mata tamanna yalonay milutali akatakto ani akanang ito mo inulakan mo lo minister tako kaujikapaginiakpaka ani akanang ito nakayiko inulakayikulo tamanna isulimma tamanna apeksongnak o kausikut titak kategot apekkutit kiujutid apekkutinut titak kategot kiujutid kamisina o kausangautigilawak tanginnut tugsakautit atiliok semayut sakit itaw ng ititakait kinawalakan ng mga minister kaya iksibaw ta sitamanig sakit it sigumayong atamak ko Bill 32 number 2 Bill 32 tan akigyak taos 2024-2025 nunat siya may ilako sila ko unikangin tako sitaman sakiti gumayaka tako sakiti taon ng ititakay ko yan na may kakti uko pingasod sakiti gumayaka akago tamaksiotit 2024-2025 tako maligalarayikut unrexibilarayikut akago tamaksiotingit 2025 amalo palisik ko ang ikatigiutingit 2024-2025 sakit itaw ng ititakay pingasota ko sakit itaw mata tako 21 maliglugi maligakatak tabo palagaliw ko iluani tako katok siuti sakit siniakat ka tamako malagaliw ko nokang nakto tako lokinaw unikakti taw si maningit March 21 2031 2025 maliglugo tako taw nakakutik sa kayakto 11.1 tako ilagay ako tiksay nakatok siutinut sakiti gumayaka nunat siyang may maligaliw tikot nakatok siutitang niyakto malu ilagay ako tiksaw kayakto nakatok siutingin nun 2024 ngulaw to main amalu taw ilangani 4 brackets 1 maligaliw tikot nakakutik sangit 2.11 ilagay ako tiksay nakakutiksay nunat siya may maligaliw tikot unikaliw taw siya mayut March 31, 2025 mo sakit itaw ng ititakay kaujikani pekayu mga ngunak tuno yalo na kiti ano maligaliw te kaya namiyo kakti kaujika Wednesday October 25 uko pekayu mga ngakama tayo mapigakti sibuka tuglik tawlong katamayo yung mo Cam Lake mo tako 61 maliglugo tako kangunak to pijutigillugo tana Andrew Fox solo tikwa taw kana kullugo agagung talimanur ammalut taw tikwa taw na akto November 25 May 2025 amalo na magsigpat ang taw ko ba na akto nga na pero yung pigay ako na kullugo kaya na may kakti yalo na kitiano maligaliokti pero yung kaujika na pero yung liok to kang na aktilugo kaya na may kakti sakit sa mga pingat siyang October 23 may uko pero yung sakan na kakipigati sa mga tuglak taw nga yalo na kitiano nunat siya gaba makungit kaya ko kaya kullugo at wala ko yaw si mayunik ataw siyang may nunat siya may tuwang natularan namon kamayo kamajitaaqunna qullugi tuavernartuleriyarmu kamayugayartu aulatiugayartu nunatsiap gavamakungillu atulequyitsigiaqarmata tuavernartuleriyikuna aulatiuniartumik soorlu utaqqingillutik taqqinik ammalu saqqititsilutik tamakkuninga atuagarnik May 2026 ngulertillugu ammalukkanniartaakua atulequyau ila pilereeriausimayut nutaanik pilereaqarlutik nutaanik lukiinauyaqaarlutik ammalukkanniartaakkua tuavernartuleriyikku timigiyauyu aaqiksigiaqarpuut tamakkuninga atulequyausimayunik ilaulutiklu tamakkua nutaqqat innattuqaillu kamagiyautsiaqattariaqarninginnut taakkununga ulurianartimittailigu tigiyauniartunu ammalu nunatsia gavamakkung kiugiaqarpu 120 ullui anigulaunginninginni Range Lake me malagaliorte qaujikkaani pequjivunganguniartunik pequjivungaat yalunayuqitianu malagaliorte qayanamioqarti ila angirtaaguammagaluartunga taakkua qaujikkautigeqqaujikka maliglugin yalunayuqitianu maligaliorte taanna angirtaaguammagaluarma pequjivungaalianga pigumalluniak ullumi aaqiartaunginna atikayusigit qayanamioqarti katamayoqatikkalu 61 taanna tukisigiaqutik sapummiyauningillu kangunartu piyunnartitsiingmat soorlu tikkuartaugiaqarninganu taanna kamissinaugajartununatsiaarmi kangunartuni ammaluttaa malakaliortikkut tikkuarsigumangmat tukisigiaqutik sanik kangunartuleriyunmiglu kamissinauyoq ammaluttaa taakkuat kamissinau pileriangin isulinniarmata malakaliortikkut tikkuarsigiaqarmata pigiariaqarlunilu taanna November 23, 2025 ulerpat taama pigiartitsivuan tuklertaulunga malakaliortimu kaamleemu taakkua section 61 maligawa ilanga taakkua kangunartu sapummiyaugiyaqarninginnu taanna Andrew Fox tikkuartauqannu qullugut ukiunut tallimanut kamisinauguniarluni kangunarturut pigiarlunilu November 23, 2025 ulerpat yalunayuqitianu malagaliorti pequjivunga naammakpoq niquaqamallermata naammaksartuluktaat niquangittut ila aaggaartut niquangittut kayusivoq pequyivugaat qaujikkaani sivullerpaami qalamaartaunni pequyaksait sivullerpaami qalamaartaunni pequyaksait taama katamayyuuyoq taamanna seqanguilertautuklugu taakkuak tusaayi taqaasseriaqarmata taamana noqqangalaupilla unnarpugu qayanamik
Thank you, colleagues. Second reading bills. Second reading bills. Member from Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Honourable Member for Cam Lake that Bill 32, an act to amend the Public Service Act No. 2, be read for the second time. The bill includes comprehensive amendments to update the legislative framework for the operation of the public service of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Proposed amendments clarify roles and responsibilities under the Act, reflect modern public sector practices, and aim to improve the Act's clarity and readability. The bill also includes provisions to formalize in legislation the process for safe disclosure of wrongdoing by public service employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although the contents of the bill or the intentions of the bill are not things I necessarily oppose, what these things will do to the Public Service Act don't address a fundamental flaw with the legislation, and it is a flaw that creates risk to ongoing charter or potential charter challenge related to how the Act is structured around collective bargaining. I won't get into detail on this, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to drag into the House's time, but it's something that the public and the House is well aware of. And until this is addressed, is like adding a new story to your house when the foundation is cracked. And this is a fundamental aspect of the bill, and I cannot support legislation that does not meet the first test of, is this actually charter compliant? And as long as there is an open question on that, I will not support changes to the Public Service Act until that fundamental deficit is corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from
Katamayo range like mit tana maligak sa pidjutigillugo. Pakayak sa tana pidjutigillugo. Tukitak titaw si maninga. Tukitak titaw si mga pakayak saup. Nero ako malang mata. Nero ako malang mata. Ate taiman na pakayak sa 22 tugilian yung kalama 32 kalamak tao sa maangak tulog tata sa mga ang ingitut ate nawangitut kayo sibok pakayak sa 32 tao na kalamak tao yak sa manok lakpok tugilian ni katemaya kalanod log pilagakayaw kung naksibok katematoy na tao kung naksibok lo tugilian yung kalamak tao ni pakayak site katematoy na kaya lang nak pakayak sa ning asingin niglo kaw sa kang nerlo ni pakayak sa ukaw seksa sa katitaw sa mayok 385 20 brackets 1 Amara 385 20 brackets 1 katemayo yok day chomit iksibaw tawlo ni Tama katemayit katemaya kurak pakka katemayit angak semagat tatakwa sa katitaw sa mandos sakay pilagakan na katigo amenak atsakoy kano ili ako mabisik katemayit katemayuyok Inuktitut legmut koin mix bautak Pilagaya ka kung majugot takwa 388 brackets 1 ilagay ako site kinawianut aula na mo akaw man ang mulo number 2 2025-2026 ang mo sakit itaw sa mga 38520 brackets 1 2026-2027 akit yutin no atok site malikaleok tekud ilo lagay kulo kaya na mix bata ang yakpisi katamayit kaya na may katamayit tayo mapigay ako tekakon ng nalakpuswol lakpami ipagsak pianilaw katta pianiguta kalaw katta kaya wala ng mo minister tan nagkikuni tay pila kaya mini itakata ka umaba iksabata kaya na may angak pisi katamayit kaya na may tay ma aksukti takwa tabong ngaw tilaw kit katamawiw iluanot
Committee, please turn to page 3.
Katamayi time magpigak mo law leping 3 takwa sibulak pa ukasang niakatigo ipagsanok kalaw katta takwa pilaka niya ukasang kanang niapabu ilagay ako site number 2 atok site 2025-2026 ilin niya to kut agak tawag sa mangitut 15 million $697,000 malagalakte ko angak pa ilagay ako tiksanot aula ng maakya man ang mulo to 2025-2026 iniyak to dagadi ko o kausala ng mut angak tawag yak si mangitut $10,000 angak pisi ilagay ako tiksay kinawyat aula ng maakya man ang mulo number 2 2025-2026 iliniyak to nakayikot ang nagtawag sa mga ito $15,807,000 ang nakpisi tayo mapila kang nialak pugod abat may talaga ng mot sila asid sa palyan ng number 4 meter ilagay ako tikside atok taon ni Aktonod number 2 2025-2026 min abot yung talaga likot sila asid sa palyan ng ang tawag yan sa mga ito $363,000 ang pisi ilagay ako sa kinaya no atok taon ni Aktonod number 2 2025-2026 awat may talaga ko sila asid sa palyan ng ato agalaga ng mo pidyo da kaktot ang tawag yan sa mga ito $5,425,000 ang pisi ilagay ako sa akit number 2 2025-2026 abate mo talaga yikot sila asid sa palyaning nilo o mayo laga yikot ang tawag yak sa mga ito $41,069,000 Mr. Morse kaya mix watak kawye tetsu matuin nakto nga takwa katta ng mo pidyo ta kakto kinawiyat tayo apek ko tingin nakta amal apek ko tingin ka na kung nakta katta takwa taman na taima pitaqakkaneriaqalerman qatternermu atortuksauniartunik pequtinik qatterutiksanik qatsiertarlutta ikuallaqattalerata taakkununga ammalu takuniaqillutattau taimanna ikuallaktu qainnarniarninganun kiinauya miklivaliatuinnarniartuksaungmata maligaliortikkunnuorsimagatta taimanna taakkua pilerigiuyun kiuqattariaqarmata taana minister ikayoqaqunnarpaa ilagiaquti taarnia tillugi taakkua kinavi atortuksain qoyannamiik minister kinavilernermut qoyannavi iksivautaa taakkua kinauya unorningit sila asitserpallianinganu taakkua atortuksauajartut taakkua atortuksaniitu kinaujani ukiungulaortami pilereerilaortavut 7,023,24 ammalu 24,25 24.3 taakkua ilagiaortiksaqqakkannerillutalu kinaujani atortuksanik taakkua aaqissortausimayuukalu aqaaguusimayuni kisiani tamakkua 22-23 ngutillugu 25 million ngulaormata 327 ngulluting taimanna
to an inaccuracy in the wrong direction. Obviously, if we under budget, then we come back to the Assembly for supplementary appropriation, but we'd be coming back for a supplementary appropriation with a more specific and exact number, knowing what the costs were over the course of the year. So the base budget does need
tamakkua kinauya unorningit soorlu atortuksallataangunju ilagiarutiksaangittut ammalu soorlu uktuutigilugu uteriaqarajartugu ukiaksaakkut kinauyaanni lukserakkaniarluta taimanna uterutigiyunnaartavu takpani katamannautillugu qoyanmiiksvautaq qoyannamiik family pumalgaliorti qoyannamiiksivautaq taakkua qanuittuujaangittut tukiqatsiarlutiklu kisiani apeqqutiganayartara una taimanna qattequtiksani pivalliagumainnernersauniagatta ikuallaktuqaqattarningamalikklugu soorlu angummatigassuartuujuujaaqatta qanuiliormangaata taimanna unikkaaliortausimayumi pitaqarman taakkua taimanna taakkua tiliqarsimayortaqarma qanuiliorpalliagiaqarniarmangaata aparnaksipatsiaqiaqarniaqatta kiinauiatigut atortuksauniartuning tamakkua pileriyivullu pileriyitaakkaneriaqarniarlutalu taakkua kanataugammakkunginnit tukserautiqakkanneriaqarniaqatta kiinauyaning nalunangitto imanna akiliksartaaqaangatta takpatua ila taimanna akiliksartaakkanniinaaluinna unnanginnatta kinauilernermu minister qoyannamiiksivautaq tamanna angiyimmaqiuvuq apeqqutigiyauyuq taakkua sila asitserpallianinganu ammalu maakakkut kinauilerigiulluta nunatsiagavmakkunginni kinauiaqartitsaqattaqatta taakkuala pilereerillugit Inuktitut qarniang mallu assuruusagiuta qariaqaqatta tamakkuninga taimanna taimatakpalin aqaagami atortumi attuqtau takpani taakkua akaungiliorutiqarsamagatta ikuallaktoqaaruluuyaqattarninganu pitsuteqarluta ajiungittuulluttalu suurlu maannaujimi aksorornaqayartami innatta ilanginni aqaaguni iingugalua kisani ilanginni aakkaugalua ilagiaqutitaareaqaqatta kiinaujani atortuksauniartuni qattiqutiksaugajartunun atortuksauniartuni taima uqarumajunga taima isamagigiaqaqattigu taakkua kamagigiaqarniartavut kiinaurakkiksartitaujuksaugatta tamatamammingsaanu atortuksaugajartuni nunalingnigglu sapummitsiariaqarluta pigatta qauyama lungalu katamajiuyuq tusarsaungimmak qinmiiksuuta mamianaq pianiktuga taana katamajiuyuq Range Lake mut qinmiiksuuta taimaaktu katamajiuqatigatitun nalunaitsiarsimalaungimman taakkua kiinauja pitsutigillugit takpani atorumaarniartuni kiinaujani aaqiktausimatsiarpallaagimmata qajannamiikkinuileramu minister qajannamiiksivuuta atorumaarniartuni pitaqanginnama takpani saanniittunik
Members do have an opportunity to review.
Qimiqujunnalauqatta sivuniagu taakkuninga taana kingumaqiarniartaqa taana apeqqutigiyaauja kiuniarlugu utsiarukkana qajannamik katamajiuyuq Range Lake mut qajannamiiksivuuta tamakkua iliqqusiqiyaujut аллерумангиннаккин taakua kiinaujartaareqattартавут аақиттаутсиарсимақаттақалуарпаат икуаллалаортуни qaangersimalertuni uvvalunni sivuniksauniartumi taima kiinaujanni 39 milliak kannerni atorniaratta aqqaagu takbani aqaagami atortumi tukisiumayaratamakkua taakkua pillugit aulagutiksait akituyuutinu atortuksanun ati qanuiliorniarneriarpu tamakkua kiinaujan atortullattaak 39 million atullattaartauniartut nalautsaaruutitu Minister uqa apirigumayara ujiartutsiaquyigama qanuittuni qanuiliorunarniarmangaatta tamakkua aulagutiksai pidsutigillugi Qoyannamik katamayiuyuq Minister kiinauileranarmut qoyannamik sivautaa taakkua taak imanna pilereertiareaqarattigu
So, for example, if there are contracts they've entered into with their airline suppliers and tankers, or then that would be an item that would be potentially appropriate for a forced growth submission. Or, for example, if there's positions that get put in, whether for additional personnel because there's a noted consistent absence or a consistent lack of, then that too could be if there's positions that get put in, that could properly come through. So those are examples of areas where if there's a consistent trend of particular areas that there's a need, then that may well be appropriate for either forced growth or if it's new personnel for an initiative. But then that does need to come through the business planning process, which does happen here. So just acknowledging that and giving those examples, they could be something that it would be a SUP 1 year and could find themselves into the business planning process, or it could be that, you know, if the department only can say that an event was it was an extreme year, or the circumstances were particularly unique, then that may not be one that would be appropriate. So, yeah, appreciate the opportunity to perhaps give a bit of background on how those processes work. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Rains Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that. So I mean, I don't have the benefit of the substantiations here, but neither does the public, I think, at any time. So for this $39.5 million, can the Minister speak to the nature of the funding? Like, she listed a number of items there that might impact future expenditures, multi-year contracts or contracts related to fire suppression. So what does this $39 million represent in terms of fire suppression activities? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this particular line item in the mains for 25-26 was just over $20.9 million, but in fact actuals are coming in at $41,929. And so some of the items that we are seeing that are contributing to that sort of highlights, if you will, aircraft in particular. Aircraft is $10.5 million. And likely a little bit more, $3 million. There's some projected costs at this point in time, so because of the timing of the year, there's still some costs that are coming in from the tail end of the season, but expecting this one to hit $13.5 million. And associated fuel for the aircraft suppression work, $3.88 million. Another significant area would be the land-based tankers and land-based equipment that is used at just shy of $7 million. And then beyond that, there's some overtime costs associated, obviously, given the nature of an emergency. Oh, sorry, I missed another, under aircraft contracts, the skimmer aircraft, so different from the air tankers, that's at $7.3 million. So those would be the sort of top items, if you will, Madam Chair. There's also some costs associated for contract firefighters, cost-sharing agreements with other jurisdictions, and the rental of some equipment, so for use, retardant would be another one, for example. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Rains Lake.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing further on this, only to say that, again, I think it's important we get budgets as accurate, or estimates documents as accurate as possible, because of the nature of our fiscal responsibility policy and how it impacts our available capital. So that's why perhaps in other governments you would see less questioning around some of these numbers and how they come to the House, because they operate differently. But in this case, every time we have a revised surplus, it means debt. And we saw how quickly our debt hit the limit until we recently increased it. So my message, to the ministry is just, please do your best on estimates documents, so we are clear on what we can anticipate spending, so we're not relying on short-term borrowing as much as possible. Thank you. Nothing further.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say, so I, again, appreciate the comments and the discussion, the opportunity to kind of explain these different processes. I would make, one last remark, which is another solution is to look at the amount we have in the supplementary reserve. So that is sort of the amount that's set aside to draw from SUPs. And I guess still same tension of not wanting to have too much built in there, but at least that gives us some planning, if you will, the planning runway of how much we expect we may need for any one of a number of emergencies, not necessarily knowing exactly which one or exactly what the costs might be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Wildlife and Forest Management, not previously authorized, $41,059,000. Does the committee agree? Member from Moffley.
Well, I am surprised because, since Forest Fire 2023 and with the climate change, hot, dry summer, that, even my colleagues said that it's within the data. It should have been a warning sign for that department, and yet we didn't do enough to allocate funds in the forest fire management because it's a money that's already spent. I know this goes back to forest fire management policy, and we've said it many times. I've said it many times too before that, if we had put out the fire, not just me, but there's a lot of other people are saying, that if forest fire was fought or was put out as soon as it starts, I think we could have saved some. But now, because we let it burn out of control, now we're spending $39 million. So I want to ask the minister, I know that it all goes back to the policy, forest fire management policy. If they let go of the let it burn policy, then I think we can save, save money and save our land too. Not only that, it's a migrating route. The one that we're talking about, it's a woodland caribou area. So with that in mind, I just want to ask the minister, where is this $39 million going to be coming from? And I think I heard her say reserve, but is there additional money that's available to help us? Because $39 million is a lot of money for us, especially in the small communities where we have issues with housing. We have housing crisis in the Delta and in Clutcho region. And that $39 million could have helped us build houses to alleviate homelessness. So I just want that's my question to the minister.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, firstly, just briefly, there is not a let it burn policy at all, but as to the sort of nuances or specifics of fire management or forest fire management, that certainly is well beyond my capacity in the subs to speak to. I certainly do want to, certainly listen carefully when the Minister from ECC speaks, and they, already do action quite a number of fires, but there's quite a number that they do monitor, and that because they simply are trying to manage both proper forest management as well as ensuring that they're putting resources towards where there are potential losses. So that, on the other side of that, Madam Chair, with respect to the $39 million, it's a lot of money for this government, period. And so certainly don't take that at all. I do appreciate the comments as to all the many things that can be done with it, which is true of really, it's part of the challenge that we find ourselves in generally when we are a small government with limited resources and yet a large jurisdiction and a large geography with a lot of needs during an emergency. We do build in a supplementary reserve, and what that is in the main estimates, it's an amount that sort of creates the cushion where when we're trying to figure out how much of a surplus we would have to pay for infrastructure without taking on debt, we build in some amount knowing that there will be needs and asks and then can plan for it. So we had $35 million in this year's supplementary reserve. Obviously, this item alone takes that up. So beyond that, once we've gone down on the supplementary, on the forecasted surplus, or in order to pay for infrastructure, that turns into debt. So in this case, to the extent that we would require additional funding to pay for the capital plan and it's not available through the operating surplus, it will come in under debt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member from Moffley.
Thank you. Yeah, the minister said monitor. I guess what the department is doing is that they watch the fire burn our land and animals that we survive, and that animals that we rely on, because especially the woodland caribou in our area. And it's not just us, it's across the NWT. So the monitor, it doesn't sit well with me, because it's, like I said, it's all related to the forest fire management policy. If the policy is changed to fight the fire as soon as it starts, before it gets out of control, I know that we will not only save money, but we will also, save our land, save the animals, and that's our culture. We've said it many times. Our culture and language is connected to the land. So the monitor doesn't sit well with me. I think we need to be more active in this area. And I see in the budget here, it says here, barren ground caribou conservation in the NWT 1.4, Perry caribou movement and habitat use. So I just wanted to ask the minister, now since that we rely on, because it's still within the same topic, within where, Fort Providence and Wati, it's on the Highway 3, our woodland caribou that goes as far as northern Alberta. So I want to ask why we're not doing enough for our woodland caribou conservation and the habitat use as well. If they're doing that, why not identify those two as well in here? Because this year alone, a lot of our caribou, the migrating route was disrupted, and their land were, their migrating route was disrupted. Not only that, their food, So I just want to know if there, in the future, if woodland caribou will also be part of this, which is, they were also affected by the forest fire, not just only barren ground caribou conservation. Woodland is also, the Klitschko people also rely on woodland caribou as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to reassure the members, the two items here related to the barren ground caribou and the Peary caribou are, the supplementary appropriations are only for additional money that is coming from ECCC, which is Environment and Climate Change Canada. There are some new funding opportunities or renewed funding opportunities with the federal government, and that these supplementary appropriations bring that money in and make it available to ECC here, but it is not the sum total of all the work that ECC does in the space of wildlife management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Mafwi.
Yeah, well, that's good. Then maybe we can identify and include woodland caribou in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I made sure that the Minister of ECC was nodding along. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Supplementary Estimate Operations Expenditure number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Wildlife and Forest Management, not previously authorized, $41,059,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary Estimate Operations Expenditure number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, total department not previously authorized, $46,847,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs on page 5. Supplementary Estimate Operations Expenditures number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs, Governance and Service Integration, not previously authorized, $373,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary Estimates Operations Expenditures, number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Total department not previously authorized, $373,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Finance on page 6. Supplementary Estimates Operations, number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, Directorate not previously authorized, $12 million. Does the committee agree? Member for Brains Lake? No. Frame Lake, sorry.
That's okay, Madam Chair. As I said before, there's a lot of lakes in Yellowknife. The first question I have on this one is any percentage of this 12 million needing to be required because of the acquisition of infrastructure associated with the takeover of Hay River infrastructure by NTPC from ATCO? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thank you. That's a fairly simple answer. Can the minister help us understand the need for this additional funding, why it came about, and just the basis for it? Thanks.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so this is to do with the low water events of the last couple of years. There's a couple of different tools that are used to manage low water. One is the rate stabilization fund that people would contribute to in small portions over the course of time. And to which the GNWT at times has to contribute to maintain that fund. And this is the second year of funding where, in order to maintain the fund to the level required by the Public Utilities Board, the GNWT has stepped in to support, because the drawdown has been more significant than what was available in the fund. It certainly would be the hope that it is expected this is the last year that this would happen, but that longer term, having the rider there would allow us to mitigate those costs over a longer period in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the minister aware of any data that the department, I know that the Department of VCC collects data on changes in water levels throughout the NWT. Is there anything indicating that the current low water levels have any chance of changing over time? What I'm asking is, should we be expecting that this problem is going to continue?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do see the hydrology reports that come through as well to the Northwest Territories Power Corporation. Whether or not I can say at this point in the year whether or not next year would be similar or better or otherwise, it is too early for me to say, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the person that comes to that conclusion, Madam Chair. I can say that we do have a resiliency study that is expected later this fall. It's a resiliency study on the snare system, because it is the snare and the bluefish system that experience low water levels. The Tolson system has a larger watershed to draw from and has not experienced these same cyclical events. So again, I would defer that question, I guess, till sort of end of this calendar year, and hopefully we'll have a better sense at that point what the resiliency might need to be or could be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the minister dovetailed perfectly into, or segued, I guess, into my next question, which was going to be, what are we doing about this problem? So, resiliency study, I'm glad to hear that we're taking some action. I'm assuming that the resiliency study, the purpose of the study, of course, I'm hoping is going to be to develop recommendations for how to make the system more resilient. It seems to be implied in the name, but I just want to confirm.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the study itself, Madam Chair, include looking at alternatives, including hydro storage, whether or not additional hydro generation is necessary, as well as the role of renewables in the region. Madam Chair, it's certainly not, I don't want to leave the impression that it's the only work that is happening in general on resiliency. There is, I think, a fairly strong awareness within the Northwest Territories Power Corporation that this is an area that continues to be a problem repeatedly. So it's not a problem in the South Slave where we have too much power, but very old assets that are becoming extremely expensive to maintain. It is a problem on the north side of the lake where we don't have enough power, certainly during these cyclical events, and yet are not connected to our southern grid. So there are also efforts underway to connect, as Madam Chair would well know, the community of Fort Providence, which is not necessarily an issue of low water, but certainly is one of resiliency of the system overall, as well as Wati, as well as looking at whether or not there are other generating capacity on parts of these systems. So for instance, in Lac La Martre, on a microhydro, a run-of-river type system or kinetic system in Fort Providence, and or other renewable projects, potentially through the Yellowknife Standing First Nation here closer to Yellowknife. So all of that does need to fit itself together to make sure that where we need the power gets the power, where we have too much power can utilize that power, and at the same time mindful of the fact that the infrastructure costs are significant in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Brave Lake, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I really appreciate those answers from the Minister, and I will be waiting with bated breath for that resiliency study to come out. I guess the last question I'll ask, and then I'll cede, would be, I'm assuming, because the Minister's mentioned it, that the study is going to be made public and available to MLAs, so I'll be looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Minister of Finance, you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if there's any constraints on putting it out publicly. Certainly would be my inclination, subject to something in there that I'm not aware of, and at the very least could certainly share it with MLAs under confidentiality, and at least could get it moving there initially. And Madam Chair, I'm conscious of time, but I have a couple minutes left. I will just note that there's also work happening in terms of NTPC's longer-term capital plan for jackfish and snare, which not dissimilar to the Tolson system, which was built in the 60s and 70s. These two diesel generators are also very much due for some upgrading, and those costs are already being looked at so that we could be ready to go in the event that funding were to become available. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have member from Inuktitut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is the second year in a row that we've had to do a supplemental appropriation for the Power Corp, and I understand why. Our committee has been briefed thoroughly on why the 12 million is going in and what we're doing to stabilize our rates, or at least stabilize, but to ensure that our rates don't skyrocket even more. I guess my question for the Minister and staff is that do we even consider the option or looking at options to do some kind of privatization around our Power Corporation, P3 options and things like that? Kind of think outside the box a little. I know I've brought it up a couple of times, and I know it's a big ask, but something to even look at considering, working with Indigenous governments, where we look at doing a P3 on the transmission and the distribution, we maintain the power supply, things like that has been done in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Answer is yes. And I will be frank in saying I think that the energy costs and lack of resiliency in our system is probably one of the strongest long-term challenges that I certainly worry about. It is a huge cost driver for the GNWT and a huge cost driver for residents and businesses. And the cost of fixing it are huge, and generally, because of the way public utilities work, would go directly back to the ratepayers, which is untenable given the costs that we pay. And there we sit in this very challenging situation. So appreciate the call for some creativity. I would say there's a couple things happening, and happy that members would follow up and continue to follow up on them. Example one, Madam Chair, being the 11 policy directives that were issued by the GNWT earlier this year to the Public Utilities Board, which included items that have long been asked for to give some flexibility, such as a better resiliency study or an integrated power system study to actually understand what is happening across the system. as well as the ability to enter into power generating or independent power producer agreements with communities, and including, in many cases, would be Indigenous nations and governments. Madam Chair, also, we do have a new board that is starting to come in. We have the first few appointments and a new chair of that board, intending to be arm's length from the GNWT. And one of the benefits that I would suggest immediately from that is going to be a perspective that is hopefully driven that from outside with maybe some innovative ideas, different ideas, and a very different perspective. And that we have issued a direction letter to them to align with the 11 policy directives, to align and to point out the challenges that I've been articulating. And so again, happy to, while it's a little outside perhaps the scope of the SUP, Madam Chair, it's something that I am happy to speak to and happy to see some attention paid to. It is a challenge, and it will continue to be a challenge for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Inuktitut.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Minister. And I do realize it is a little outside the SUP, but I would argue that, you know, there's a reason we're coming back year after year for a SUP the past couple of years. And you know, governments typically are really good at governing, not always good at managing business, Madam Chair, and not our government, just our government, but many governments. So if you look at Indigenous governments that often partner up with companies that are good at doing certain things, and it's what they do, it's their core business. Oftentimes you can find there's some opportunities there that could actually look at reducing costs for the government, and then, you know, in turn reducing costs for our ratepayers. So appreciate that the minister is at least you know, interested in that. I appreciate that there is now a new board in there, and I think that's good. We've been waiting for that. And I look forward to further discussions around the possibility of looking a little outside the box when it comes to power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Okay. Thank you, members. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures. Oh, sorry. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the minister's previous answer, she talked about the reason for this $12 million expenditure is low water levels. Can we then assume that what we're actually talking about here is the burning of diesel due to low water? And can the minister confirm, do we know how much of that $12 million was spent on diesel? Can it be broken down like that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, at the end of the day, Madam Chair, fundamentally the supplementary appropriation is being used to maintain or to reduce and to preserve the cost of power for the ratepayers or the residents. I certainly can get a more specific breakdown on the costs of diesel. I don't know if I have it in front of me, but let me see if perhaps the Deputy Minister has it, or perhaps our Secretary of Financial Management Board. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The minister also spoke at length in her answer about challenges with low water and resiliency in the North Slave in particular. I wonder if this might be too much to hope for at a moment's notice, but there's also been a lot of extra costs in the South Slave around the Tolston repairs and extended repairs and having to burn diesel even in the South Slave or the Tolston system. Does the minister have any breakdown of how much of this $12 million might be due to costs of extra diesel in the North Slave versus the South Slave? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, this really does relate. I believe, and I certainly would correct myself immediately if there's anything wrong, but it is with respect to the low water events that impact on the snare system still. So that was a couple of years where there was increase in diesel being burned, and I'm fairly certain that I have seen a chart showing a return to the usage of hydropower in the North Slave. So I'll see if I can locate that and can provide that to members as well. But with respect to what's happening in the Tolston, particularly right now, Madam Chair, so we'll recall that there was an overhaul of the Tolson facility. That happened in 2023, but owing to the timing that resulting from the evacuations of that year, it watered up in the winter and then wound up in a situation where it had to effectively be opened back up and put back together again to deal with the winter rewatering. That has happened, and unfortunately, we have discovered, Madam Chair, that the surge tank, which is a big, huge tank out in front of the diesel generator, or in front of the hydro generator, as it was about to get watered back up, is in fact quite corroded over, again, being an extremely old item. This was already on the plan to get refurbished, was already on the plan to get replaced and updated. It's just had to move up a little faster in the plan, given that it is needed. So that is happening right now. Obviously, that wasn't expected for this year's capital plan for the Power Corporation, but and so that cost will have to get moved up. But again, it was in the longer-term plan, just not necessarily here. So there will be costs associated for the period of time that diesel is being burned in the South Slave, because we can't use the hydro facility without ensuring all the components are safe. But part of the reason for accelerating this tank replacement is so that we can get the communities that rely on Tolson back on hydropower as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the lengthy explanation or overview of, I know there's been a lot going on. So my concern is that we don't necessarily plan ahead enough for future years for all of the basically asset management, but the repairs, the refurbishments, the major, capital improvements that we know we're going to need within the power system. Can the minister assure us that, in fact, money is being set aside or has been set aside for all of the known repairs and refurbishments within the power system, say in the next 3 years, or are we going to continue to see supplementary estimates come forward when, facilities need to be repaired or refurbished in the future? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I have some notes from NTPC, owing to a different hat, but I don't have the full capital plan in front of me. I can assure members, but also the public, that so the Inuktitut, for example, has a 20-year needs plan. NTPC also has a capital plan, and items like the surge tank were on the capital plan. So in terms of knowing the different needs, I think there's a fairly well-known set of needs. Bluefish and Snare, for example, also have breakdowns in the longer-term plan about the needs for the replace those very aging pieces of infrastructure as well, and to bring them back and to bring them up to a more modern capacity, and then to potentially include the more modern facilities such as moving generators from the middle of the communities when they are being replaced, and including increased battery systems to optimize the systems. All of these things, we do have some cost estimates and have them in the plans, but I don't have the, and I don't want to say a number lest it make front page news, but I don't have all that number sitting, waiting, and available. So projects get advanced in bits and pieces. Example, fuel tanks up in the high Arctic were part of a disaster mitigation effort, so there was funding available. They advanced those projects because there was a funding source available. But when there's not funding sources immediately available, it's a matter of prioritizing the items that appear to be the greatest risk and or the greatest impact or need, still generally owing to risk. And that's what's advances. So that's where the Tolson upgrade got advanced. Weren't expecting to be doing the surge tank. Now we're doing the surge tank because of the need to do so quickly. I realize that's not a complete answer in the sense of, is there money set aside? Well, there's money set aside every year in the capital plan. And there's an unlimited amount that's available every year in the capital plan. And we try to advance what is, again, meets the greatest need for all of the needs across the territory. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister commit to ensuring that the Power Corporation has a comprehensive costed asset management plan that has realistic assessments of the condition of all of the assets, what should be the cost for regular maintenance to keep them as in as best working condition as we can, and then what the costs will be to ensure that they're repaired in a timely manner and then ultimately replaced. I understand that there's some work ongoing, some new policies around modernizing the operations or management of the Power Corporation. But I wonder if the minister can explain whether some of those include new policies or practices around asset management, and whether we can look forward to seeing a comprehensive costed asset management plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Minister kinaulangamut taimakai watchao kanikatabayinu skatamayisanganong nang megama akituyuti atoktuk sauniaqtanu pilaqiaqarniarlunga taana kikumuqiartauqugi galawaqtaqa taimanna pimmariunna sugigakku taqqaalimiutauyut qawimagiaqarmata taimanna tukisigiaqutiksaik tukasiagiaq titsigu tikiniaqakkit taima ilagiaqutiksai atortuksai ilagiaqutiksanu kiinauyanut Number 2, 2025-2026 kiinauilaqatikkut aulatiit aqartaavagiarsimangittu $2 million angerpisi ilagiaqutiksai kiinauita aulanama aqqiamanarmulu Number 2, 2025-2026 kiinauilaqatikku katillukit angertaavagiarsimangittu $12 million angerpisi katamayi taima pilereaqarnialerpugut aaniaqarnangittulerayikkut inuleriykkullu makpikarsavammi ilagiaqutiksai aulanerma aqqiamanermullu Number 2, 2025-2026 aaniaqarnangittuleranermu inulerinermullu ikayoqutiksaa angertaavagiarsimangittut $263,000 angerpisi ilagiaqutiksai kiinauja atortuksauniartut Number 2, 2025-2026 inulerayikku aaniaqarnangittulerayikullu atortaujuksaa inulerinermut angertaavagiarsimangittut $410,000 angerpisi ilagiaqutiksai kiinaujanu atortuksanut Number 2, 2025-2026 aaniaqarnangittulerayikkut inulerayikkullu ilagiaqutiksait aaniartuleranermu atortuksauniartut angertaavagiarsimangittut katimayuuyoq Great Slave Mud qainamiksuataaq taana apeqqutiksatsiovaavoq taakkua soorlu isuarsautinut amaluttao aaniaqartunu atsiungittunik taakkua kiinaujat ikayoqutaugunnauniarmata akiliutiksauniarlutik taakkununga tamakkua asiagut aaniaqartu atsiungittukku takvani tamakkua soorlu aaniaqijaugaljungittuning aaniaqartunu atortuksauajartut qoyannamik minister kiinauilernermut qoyannamik svautaaq
That's under the extended health benefits, but exactly the impacts of
qanutiki tamakkua watsaaqannertaana kiugunnarneartara kiugutiksaqanginnamamaannaujoq Graceland-mimmalakaliortik taimakalaaq qoyannamik ilagiaqutiksait atortuksanu kiinaujanu aulanermut 2025-2026 ilagiaqutiksai aaniaqtulerenermu atortuksaa angertaavagiarsimangittut $12,016,000 ngoqqortut ilagiaqutiksai atortuksai kiinaujanu 2025-2026 aaniaqarnangittulerenermu inulerenermullu katillugit angertaavagiarsimangittut $3,503,000 angerpisi Taima katamaji pilareaqang nialaqpugut taakkua pequtileqiyikkut makpigaq 8 ilagiaqutiksakiinauyat aulanangmaaqqiumanermullu number 2 2025-2026 taakkua pequtin sana yunut angiqtaavagiiqsimangittut $2,529,000 katamayuuyoq Frame Lake Mut Qinunixvauta Apirigumaqqauyunga iman Herorum taana iqaluleqiyikkun nala ila kiinauyat qotikijangitaana savullaqpaaq Ministukinaulernarmut Qinumixvauta taima iksivauta taika iqaluleqivik aullaartoqmaanna аммалута аамисангоққаллиаллутик тааккуатоққаттарниартангит таама тамаккуа атоқсауниарнингит таама маанна илпаннаалисимангмата
that was meant to help try to train up some local capacity and find someone who'd be in a position to take over the plant, or in the absence of that, to be in a position to find another operator outside of the FFMC over time. That hasn't happened yet, so for the moment, as it's coming fully to its capacity, it does still run at a bit of a deficit, and this is to support the ongoing operation and the fishers who supply it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess you could call $2.5 million a bit of a deficit. I guess the next question I would ask is the status of the FFMC, the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation. I mean, my understanding is NWT is effectively the last participant in this beast. I'm curious whether it makes sense to look into other options we might have for marketing, selling our excellent quality fish from the NWT, which I think is of quite a higher standard than most other places, and I think could really stand to be separated from other stock. And so I'm curious if we've made any progress on kind of rebranding and redoing the way that we're marketing fish to kind of sell this as a premium product and hopefully help boost revenues and get us out of this deficit operating position. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, first, just one small piece of good news. It's not fully, the $2.479 million is offset. There are some revenues that we are anticipating coming back in, so of $1.276 million, so it's not, it's only partially that there is still a deficit. Now, that said, the bigger question and the longer term question is to get out of a situation where we are having to continue this. I will note, Madam Chair, that a big part of that is ensuring that we are getting CFIA certified. That would allow direct marketing and direct then sales of the product that we have in the north to markets potentially worldwide. Right now, without that certification, we are left in the FFMC all on our own, as the member has noted. But it's my understanding that the target for that is by November. And then once that certification attaches to the Northwest Territories, to the plant, then again, that does open up the possibility of direct marketing and potentially much higher revenue for the sales. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's certainly good news. I think that's it for me for questions on this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Supplementary Estimates Operations Expenditures number 2, 2025-2026. Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support not previously authorized, $2,529,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary Estimates Operations Number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources not previously authorized, $342,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary Estimates Operations Expenditures Number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, total department not previously authorized, $2,871,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, we will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on page 9. Supplementary Estimates Operations Expenditures Number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs Emergency Management not previously authorized, $5,465,000. Does the committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, so this item says that the costs may be offset under the Government of Canada's Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program. Can the Minister explain what is meant by may and what assurances we have or don't have that this money is going to be offset by the federal government? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs is the entity in the Northwest Territories that can apply to the disaster financial assistance through the federal government. There are expenses that are covered. Roughly, we find it comes in at around 90% of eligible expenses, which is what is being accounted for here, but it is a fairly rigorous audit process in order to be compliant with the policy, and that comes with a fair bit of paperwork on the particular claims that MECA is putting forward. They would put those claims forward on behalf, for example, of municipal governments and as well as any losses experienced within communities or to structures, for instance, but then there has to be the auditing. So when we say may, is it because until that entirely works its course through the federal system, we don't have the final on exactly which expenses get fully reimbursed. So again, roughly 90%, and we won't necessarily know for some time. My recollection of the 2014 wildfires is that the money for that was still coming in when I started in 2018, 2019, and 2020. So it takes some time sometimes to fully see the reimbursement of the costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
That's fine. Thank you for that explanation.
Supplementary Estimates Operations. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the overall not previously authorized total for 5.465. If we were to do a holistic review on each year's fire cost, we would look at the initial, as we discussed earlier, on the 39 million and apply this to that. That'll give us our total fire cost for the summer of 2025, for example. Can I get clarification on total impacted costs for the fire season?
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct. So that actually, and I'm glad the member mentioned it, because it is worth noting the $3.533 million here do relate to this year's wildfire season. They are the portion of wildfire response that arrives when there's an emergency evacuation, which would fall under the responsibility of MACA's emergency response team rather than the wildfire response. And it's so correct that to get a full projection or a full picture of the costs for the wildfire, for any given wildfire season, involves both first the base budget for both EC&E or for MACA as well as for ECC, as well as it may relate to the work that they do, but particularly for ECC in this regards, then adding any SUPs on any given year once we have a sense of those actuals. So at this point in time, looking at the base and the present SUPs, we would say we're probably in and around somewhere between 65 to 70 million, but that is preliminary math. I want to emphasize in the saying that there's it is only October, and there may well still be some costs coming in from the summer. But again, as a rough estimate, say between 65 and 70 million, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for the Satu. Okay. Operations expenditures, number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs Emergency Management, not previously authorized, $5,465,000. Does the committee agree? Supplementary estimates operations expenditures, number 2, 2025-2026, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $5,465,000. Does the committee agree? Members, there is a schedule on page 10 that details the supplementary reserve impact. This schedule is not a votable item and is included as information only. Are there any questions on this schedule? See no further questions. As this is not a votable item, we will continue on. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 38820(1) supplementary estimates operations expenditures number 2, 2025-2026? Member for Inuvik-Bootleg. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of table document 388-20(1), supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 2, 2025-2026 at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of table document 38820(1) supplementary estimates. Operations expenditure number 2, 2025-2026 is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witness for appearing before us. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 38520(1), 2026-2027 capital estimates. Members, we have agreed to forego opening comments and general comments on the overall document, so we will go directly to the detail. Committee will begin with the Legislative Assembly. Does the Speaker wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Oh.
Okay. Does the Speaker wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Sorry? Yes, please.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Speaker please introduce the witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my right is Miranda Bai, Deputy Clerk members and policing services, and on to my left is the Glen Rutland Clerk of the Legislative Assembly.
Is committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, the Legislative Assembly begins on page 15. We will defer the totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 16 with the Office of the Clerk with an information item on page 17. Are there any questions? The Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, Infrastructure Investments, $1,828,000. Does the committee agree? Member for the Premier, Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have some questions about the broadcasting system. Am I in the right section here? Yep. That's the only section, I guess. I was just, I know that there have been some changes to the broadcasting system here. We used to have access to the Legislative Assembly proceedings on satellite. One of the only legislature required by law to be covered or carried by satellite providers, but I understand that that has now changed. I think our equipment was outdated and we couldn't get the signal out or something. So I was just wondering how this change has gone over and whether there is, any of these broadcasting system improvements are going to address that issue that we're not carried on satellite anymore. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So when we made the change,
news not could innoving me. Innoving me time and ismalu ko mata kamwa katak sa mayumig. Temen tusak sauti sigun na laungin na katematillo ta tamakwa kauji kaktaw mata. Hero wang nanganuk. Takwa start choice amalo belt ko takwa takuk sauti sa katamata katemayin malagaleo pa mi. Kaya na may okakte. Time apa yun naktataw ka mo guma tana titakakte kiugun naknakto tamataminga. Kaya na may titakakte kaya na may okakte katemayo yumot. Time na kumawak si Majuko talasako kata titilaw kata katemalakangat tatakuksaw kata tititut belkut amalo shakut tako atok tabut pianilaw malakani amalo kantra gayangan isulilaw mat time isumaliw ko takalaw sa mga mata tay sumani Atwin na gumalaw kata sok no kakita ila tigumega kala ko takuksaw ko nang namon kauji titawlaw sutalo 46% abalo ang kanatami utayin temen na kumawak sa mayuko katakon niyang mata kay bukulo temen na kayo sila kata temen na tigumega kala ko kisyan takuksaw sigun na lilaw mata fosmet melo yellowneck melo time na inuving milo tamakwa kakuksagun na lang mata takuti ko na fiber lang ko nakakatawid ko wayik ko ila kumatitaw sa mayik ko tana katimayo yellow na 7.5 nek time pivik sa kakama suli time hero me northwest hangin at hero me time na satellite ko tawto katak tugalo katimayunig time katsiw ban inuit tawto katak to kumawak si mayukut kebo kulunid katsiw ala katakpan talaw sa tuwin naklose o kakte Koyanami okakti koyanami apekkotigilaujamik taakkua qaujissaqsimangittarput tukisigiaqutiksaid taakkua tukisigiaqutiksaa atuinnaungimmatalo taimanna qaujissaqsimangittugut titeqartausimangittullu koyanami okakti amaruttaa qommuartitausimayikkuttaa taakkua kamajiuqattartuut tusartitsigunalaungimmata naasaasimangimmata River wangnanganut qoyannamik niquviasukpungalu taakkua taamana Facebook qalaunginnatta qano tukisigiaqutiksani taqqaanimiu taujunu tusartitseqattarumakalua innatuqait tigumiagani peqangimmata uqaalautigalani nuarsustaaqangillutalu taimanna tusaajaugunnaqattangippugut taima taakkua isumaalugilauqakki taakkua qaujissartausimangimmata aittaangugaruarpoq taimalu tamakkua imanna qommuartitausimayu aamisungorpalliakpatalu akaunnersaugajarput taimanna tautugunnernersaugajarmata tamakkua katimavalliajuni uvattinni taimanna tuuniartuni taimanna tuuniarpoq qoyanamiuqarti suli tusarsaoqattartugu CKLB-kut ikaqanumaquungnut tamakkua akaussivaallertillugit River-nuartmiuta uqallaqatigilauqakku imanna qanutuinna tat saqqajaaqasuqattaqaluartugu taimangalimaa taima ila pitsiangikkaluarmangaatalu taqqaanimiutaujun tusaajaugiaqaqatta qoyanamiiksuuta qoyanami uqaarti maligaliortikkut titeqartingat $88,028,000 angippisi qoyanami katamayi atiimakpileritsi maligaliortikkut 15 meter makpigaarmi maligaliortikkut 2027 akitiyuutanu atortuksait $1,828,000 angippisi qoyanami katamayi ammalu uqarti ammalu ersukti ukua anitilaarmikkin
Member for Inuktitut.
katimayuyuq inuvitbuuklemu maligaliorti qoyanamik iksivautaa mamianaugaluaq iksivautaa taima katimayi pianigumangmata taakkuninga 2026 2027 mi akituyuutinu attortuksait maligaliortikkunnut qoyanamik pekoyevonganga namaktok. Pekoyevongamut. Nawakumalang mata. Namaksakturuktat. Nawangit akaktot kayo sibok. Tema angak tugutan sakatitausimit 3885 20 brackets 1 2026 27 Inuktitut atok site Tämä iglulerin ang mopilera jaw yupinera ni aktabutan iglulerin ko na minitsaw yuktan takano ko na takano nga ko naksiba ikswa ta angak pisi koyan namik yaksukti ta ko taon nga tilaw kumikit.
Would the minister please?
Tana minister kunin pakataka mga pakalawli. Kaya na make sure ta time talakpin sa Aaron Kelly ang ayokak Dr. Kelly tan nuna siya maglulera sa jakod amalo sa amin ni Jim Martin. Mr. Martin tan tukumakti siyo yok sana yawad liyan ni aktono ang ayokak itong ilinga.
Thank you.
Kaya na may katamajita, may ignorarayang ako tagpani maagituyutin o atok tukisaw ni akton tukisiga ako tiksait. Kaya mga kong aktabutak ko nalaw sa aktaw si Mayukina o atok tuksa akituyutin o tayo magtito asing itito tipa magijaw yuk kisya na anawat sa ang itukot katilugit kina o atok tuksaw ni akton o akituyutin o. Tako katamaya angang mata Taiman na ukasik sa tuwin na kangilaw pilaglutik taiman na nalayak tao ko nang nalakpitigotak ko. Katim housing iglulakijik ko 78 mipigak nyakaktut ta ko katilogit atok sa tamang may ukasik jangit tabut 79 pigak kaklogo ta ko kinaw yalakijik kongit. Tukisiga ko tikside 80 mi mata apek ko tiksak takak pa. Katemay yok frame leg mo. Pen mix water. Subulak pa mi uka ko mayunga kobyasok po nga. Uka ko malunga tusaktit silang mata na ministaw yo akit uyutin no atok tuksanig. Uka sa kakao maapit ko tiginiyak pagka. Subulak pa ta na apit ko tigil kumaya tako awla na maakya man ang mulo atok tuksay tako tukisiyo magamata ko piliriing uka katigil lugit 50 million daan akago mo awla na maakya man ang mulo atok katang mata katagutikak simallutik $50 million nik. Taakko ilangi $50 million $150 million nin taakko akiliqtauniarmata tukisititaagunnarpita qanuiliuqtauniarmangaata taakko aktuyutinu atortuksait pidjutiqarpaa aulanarma aaqiamanarmutlu uvaluunni aaqiksisimaavagiarpisitaakkuninga quinamik minister igluleqanarmut quinamik sootaq pimmariarma tukisitsiariaqaqatta 2,900 ni nunatsialimaami taimanna igluni pileriaqaqatta 1997 mi taakko kanatami iglulerisikkut aulatsi ila pileriqatikilauqattigu taimanna miksivallia tuinnarlutiglu kiinauja atortuksait 2019 utillugu taimanna ilagiarutiksa kiinaujal ukiunu tal qulinun pikkanilauqatta taakkua 28-29 milu tamakkua akiliqtauvallianiarlutik $150 million taakkua atortuksait ukiunu pingasunu atorniaqattigu tamakkua aaqissuuni iglutoqarni nutaangortitsini pilerigutiginiaqattigu taakkua atortuartauqattartu taqqaanimiunun quyanmik frame lake mimmalgiliuqti quyanmik siuata quyannamirpunga tamakkuninga $5 million nik atoqattarmata taima ila tukisititau kanniqumaqai taakkuninga tukisiumagama taakko $50 million min uqausaqa aaqissuuniarnamut pitaqartuujaangimma takullugulu quyaagillugu atautsikkut ujjartu qujituinnartunga tamakku igluliuq pallianginna qujilluga iglulerisuakkuni kiinauileranamo minister mamianaq igluleranamut ila kiinauileriungittunga suli qinuik suataaq taima pimmariungmat sulikkanneq tamakkua sanajauvalliayut nunatsiami igluin pileriaqisimakattigu audanarmu aaqiumanarmullu katakutausimaju tamakkua kamagigasuksimajarput angayuqqaariauju taanna unikkaa kannirunnartoq $50 million taakkua katagutigisimaya miksaanu pidjutigillugin quyanamik minister angayuqqaaq igluleranarmut 31 ukiunik tamanna taimittuulermat taakkua taqqaanimiunu igluqutigiyauju 33 ngullut ukiuqarluting ukiunut September 2025 mi nalautsaalaortugu tamakkua sanajauvalliayut $307 million ngummata $50 million taakkua 25-26 $257 million ngulluting tautuk takuksaavuq taakkua ikajortuugaluat kisaani sanapallianiq tamanna noqqangagutauqattarpa quyanamik katamayuuyoq frame lake mit quyanamik suataaq apequtiksaqakkana qayarpugut qanui paalleq simalermangaatta kiinauyaqarnassaarmata nunavumiut igluleranarmu atoqtaugu unnaqajartunik uktuutigillugu taakkua nunavumiut quyanami igluleranarmu minister quyanami iksuutaaq taima taakkua pimmariungmatta sananermu uqaqatiqarpalliagatta kanatau gammakkunginnik ammalu allait katimayanginnik tamakkualu nunaliuyu kiinauyartaaqattartu gammatoqakkunnik nunaqaqqaarsimayutigut Serna-unaqartaujukut katamaltilluta Vancouvermi tamanna uqauserilauqattigu tamakkua akikinnersani igluqartitsineq taakku nunaqaqqaarsimayukiinaujat аммалу Bell Canada Home-унеқартариоқ тааккуа катимай тиллутак сивулертиуллута уқаусериаулаормат тамаккуа таққаанимиу я иглоқариақарнинга атортуартаугаяртуник ааяқатигиигути тааккуа уқаусерикканеқуннарниарпангин ангитоққаангуйу қияннамик Miss Kelly қинаисватаа Kuviasukpunga taakku oqauserigunnarакки oqallaqatigiiksluta katamaqatigiiksluta angilaormata sivumuuq palliagiaqaratta aajiaqatigiinnermut taimanna angiqatigigutaulutalu gamatoqakku peqatigilugin ammaluttao tamakkua Bell Canada Home taakkua katamayiit sivulerti katamalaortillugin qanuiliortaugiaqarmangaattai igluksaa pidjutikillugit taakku oqauserilauartigu qinnamik iksvata qinnamik katamayiuyoq Frame Lake mit qinnamik soota tamakkua ikayuqtummaqippaka minister tamanna pidjutikillugu Maqai katamayiuyoqqai ilanginni uqausa qarunnarniartuksaavu iklulerinamik saana pidjutaqartunik isumaalugutiqarama tamakkuninga taakkua asangit tipa mauyupillugit Kimmaqa taakkua piqutiqsualeqaneq taakkua uqauserikattigu taakkua $50 million kanniin piliriummariummata departmentku taakkua Qinnamik minister iglulerikkuna minister qinnamik soota taana iglulerani nunatsaami aqqaaguulaortumi uqauseqaruluuyarsimagatta qanuiliurunnarpita taakkua asangi peqatigillugit tamaani nunatsiami taana katamayiuyo isumaalugutigiljanga taassama katamayiuyo isumaalugutigillaриkkаттигуттаоq angiyuutinning sanaqattarneq immaqaa Kelly angajoqqaaq taimanna unikkaa kannerunartuksaava pileriqatigiinniu miksaana pidjutaqartuna qalinmiiksuuta President Kelly
Housing NWT is
igluleriikkununatsiami nalautsaarsimagatta taakkuninga $120 million ni ukiunu pingasunut 25-26 mi taimana kinauilla atoqiaqaaratta taima katillugit $43 million 25-26 milu atorniarmata igluleriikkununatsiarmi kanattami igluleriikkunning pileriqatiqarlutik kinauiartaqaakkanneer lermata atortausimangittumik taakku nappatuinnariaqartunik $19.2 million ammalu avatikkanni taikani sanajauniarluni inuvingmi taakku iglui katingayyut tamakkua qutigijaavaliagunnaqullugin nunatsaap gavammakkunginnut ammala atortuartitsikkannerluta inuvigmi taakkua siamitsikkunnut kanatau igluleriikunginnut aajaqatigiilaarluta angertaungikkutta amma uvvaluunniit maannaujuq taakkua aaqiksortaugunnarniarmata Koyan namig swota. Koyan namig swota. Taima. Pianik tunga. Apikotik kanit Yellowknife wang nanganut. Koyan namig swota. Koyan namig lo katemayo katikka. Tako apikotik gumakaw yaka apikotik jawganing mata. Tako maliksak lo nga tagbani tana nga yung kakayaw yung ujik to ko yung kaugman tamak ko kataguti kakak sa mga amison ni kinaw yaning ukakatigilang matalo tamak ko katagutaw sa mayut sana yaw katak tanong asyo ito yung nakayakakata kinaw yaning kabamato kakunik tamak ko akilik sa akiling ikutego Minister Amalo ikanayak tingi kawya mabad katsini kinaw yan ni asyaw jiwali akatang mga gutamat kaya namig sota kaya namig Minister iglulagan ng mot kaya namig sibota manaw yok nalaw tsak si matjutigayak po akagumitagwa ni atok tumi tamakwa sana ng mot $307 million katakutigin ni akatigo 299 million tak ko inangak tao kaya kang nangin no igluit malo akisok tao ni aktud $8,226,000 lutik akago ni abatiw ni aktud na kayo ni tagwa ni titakaksimayo ni katagot kang ni aktud $1.2 billion ni akago abatiw ni aktud nun amarot tao kisok tao yung sanor iglunod $339 million. Ita ko awatin nun ukiyo nun. Kaya ma pang nagpaliyag kang niyaktugon ta na president kaya tayo man na ito kasi ako sa kanyang ni ukaw sa kakanya ko nang niyakoma. Kaya na mix mo ta. Kaya na may ang ayok kakayaw-yok. Kaya na mix mo ta. Iman na iliyak tuguman na kibako gatatak ko na nga iglunik inangak tao na yaklutik 15 ni ukiyo kaktud ungatanod loni tagbatak ko iglu piyong ito makiyaw mata inangak tao kaya kang matalo tamak ko akiswe ni aksutalo tamak ko ning anutangok rini aksuta Atwin na titaw ni aktonik. Atwin na titaw yunik. Kaya kani nunaling ni nanituin na. Tamak ko pila kaya kigaswang ni aktabon. Kinaw yakot tigayabu atoklugi. Kaya may sota. Kaya nami katamayo yak yalang na iwan ng anot. Kaya may sota. Minister wakangunak pa Kinaw ya pitakakannak pa 2025-2026 milo akito yuwit no atok tuksanik atok tawon na laong itunik amalo kanwil yung nayapan tama tumamiksan kaya namik iglulagan ng mga minister kaya namik swata tanda nga yung kakayak po kali unik kang naputako nga President Kelly kaya namig swata pimmakiw yung ikamagaya kakata kinaw yan ipakatak tabo kanataw ka magkongin nit nutang ito no 50 yung atano igluto ka viniw yunik kayo piyani katang niya kata kasi ni piyani klaw sa malagangat asyano katang niya kata agago law to me 60 family akakan law at atok tuksawa yak tunik maka 46 million ita ko 50 no ukiyo kakto igluto kay ilang tao gun nakudlugit amalo apa kating ngayon ni apa man kulere galang ni sana gumalaw kata tamak ko ilang tao luti atok to tao katak to ammalo asenginnik pileriaqarlutattaaq taana piluartami taakkoa 15 ukiuliunga taanulluuni inangirtaugiaqqaqattarmata qainamik suota taima utervigilaunginnerani tamakkua minister uqarunnarpa Yellowknife sanayaunialaortu tagvaniimmata atausiq 2028 ammalu 2026 amma 2027 24 angullutiglu tamakkua sanayaugajartut aaqqisortaugajartu nutaangortitaulutik qaliliorniarpatsi ministauju nal taakkua kiinauja maliglugi qainamiksvauta ministaulungaanu igluleriikkunnu nunatsiami tamakkua igluit nunalingni Yellowknife meet lu inangirtaugiaqartut amisuungmata nutaungittutoqait taakkua takujartuloorlugillu ilangit imanna taana angajoqqaariaujoq Kelly tukisigiartitsikkannerunnartuugalua uvatsiaru uqallagiikkuma reeruma taikani hilltop nguneraartaujoq taanna Kelly uqausiqarunnartu tamatamamiksaanun President Kelly qainamiiksvata tuksarautiqaratta maanna Rock Hill nguneraartaujamik taakku atortaugunnaqullugu giittaikkua iglutuqait taavani takvani Yellowknife aayiqatigi simaniaratta tamakkua nutaangortitaulutiglu iglutuqait taikkua ila nutaangorterilu vallialuta 21 tuudinu ukioqartu tamakkua isamaliorutiqarlutalu tamakkuninga aaqqisortaugiaqartuni nutaangortitaugiaqartuniglu tamakkua makitat pallianersaujunnaqullugit makitainnarunnaqullugit qainamiiksivutaaq taima nalunaarsigumallunga tamakkua aaqqisortauniartu iglutuqait taakkua 12 giyauju iglutuqait katinganiarpaat qainamik minister igluleranamut angajoqqaaq
Units are spread across the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am excited to hear about the replacement of Hilltop, which is within the Yellowknife North riding. And so I do hope that the minister will keep me updated as much as possible, because I am very interested in being involved as this project rolls out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, we can keep the member for Yellowknife North updated. I'm excited as well to see that replacement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee Housing Northwest Territories begin. We will. Okay. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is, I recall a housing needs assessment survey that was underway, and I'm just wondering if the minister could explain if it's over with, if it's done, what's the status of that survey? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Territorial Housing Needs Assessment was conducted over the last number of months, working in partnership with the UBC, University of British Columbia, and also with Planet North. The quantitative portion of the study was concluded early. The qualitative piece was conducted over the summer and fall of 2025. We should have a draft report probably mid-November, and a final report possibly by mid-December. And this should kind of formulate our response of territorial housing needs across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that information here. The reason I ask is that it all fits in with the corporate plan for the remaining term of this Assembly. And I'm quite pleased with the department's actions on previous efforts in trying to identify what the scope is, put a budget to it, and then you draft a schedule, which are really three fundamental points to achieving your construction plan. And aside from that, I see the allocation for this coming fiscal year, or the upcoming, is 112 new build units, plus, I never tallied it up there, the retrofits. So it seems that the Minister knows the stock, knows the age of the stock, and what's the immediate replacement for these age 50 units. And then upcoming help is going to be coming. I really hope that it would be a multi-departmental effort towards this new initiative that's coming. And I'm referring to the Fort Good Hope Construction Center. If they can roll out half a dozen units per year, that's really complementary to the cost savings of transporting these modular units from Alberta or Saskatchewan or wherever the manufacturer shop is. If you can save X amount of dollars, that could contribute to 2 more units. So all in all, I think the department's on a good path moving forward, identifying these needs, followed by complementing what the scope is. And then step number 2, putting a budget to that. Once you have a project budget, then you can do your schedule accordingly. In some areas, added logistics to that schedule is really challenging. As you know, the Satu is a big maybe. I don't think we're going to get any water. And the fast deteriorating winter road season just adds to mobilization of good services, in this case housing units. And I think if we continue down that path, I think we're going to see success story after fiscal year after fiscal year. So I just want to compliment the Minister and staff here, but as my colleague from Yellowknife North had mentioned, keep us updated on that, and we progress your schedule. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Housing and WT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of good things happening, and the Fort Good Hope Construction Center is one of those great things that are happening. And we're working together in partnership with the Kashogotne Housing Society and the Development Corporation to support them and have them be successful, because building in a small community like Fort Good Hope modular housing units that could be transported throughout the Satu and perhaps the Beaufort Delta is a good opportunity, considering the low water levels in the Northwest Territories and the challenges for transportation and shipping, and you know, like the member mentioned, the winter roads, and sometimes the just the many challenges for housing Northwest Territories and all our infrastructure. So, no, working in partnership is really important, and having those discussions so we're all successful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add one more complimentary suggestion to the Minister and staff here. Is we know that we're having, along with the private sector, we know that we're having labor shortages, okay? And we are going to need trades to build these units at the construction center in Fort Goodhoe to be code compliant. So it really opens the door for, as I said earlier, a multi-department approach to stand behind that emerging industry. How much are we going to offset the wages from the Department of ECE? And if have we got a land tenure arrangement with the Department of Lands to complement the development plan for the new products that are coming off of the supply line? So I really encourage the minister to add on to the assessment of the survey to a development plan that would address some of these suggestions that I made. Thank you there, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Housing and Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's really important that we work with the different departments, and both Minister Cleveland and Minister McDonald know and understand how important it is that we deliver on housing. It's according to our mandate. It's our #1 priority of this government, and we're all working in collaboration so we can move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for the Satu.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no for the member for Mafui.
Okay, thank you. I know that earlier in the year, too, Minister of Finance and Minister of Housing have said it too, that they talked about Klitschko region, and even the stats says that where, based on the data, that Klitschko has the worst overcrowding and homelessness. And we all know housing is a social determinant. It has an impact on health and education. Knowing that number, knowing the stats in Klitschko region, especially in Betcheko, we have 10 houses, 10 public housing replacement, and 5 units for a major retrofit. And I just want to ask the minister, how did they determine this number, knowing that we have the worst housing outcome in Klitschko region, especially in Betcheko, with about 140 people on the housing wait list? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Housing and the BT.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Betcheko alone has over 130, 140 families on the wait list. But that's a number across the Northwest Territories. There's over 900 families across the Northwest Territories, over 300 in Yellowknife alone, almost 100 in Inuvik. You know, that's the stat across the Northwest Territories is pretty bleak. There's a lot of families on the wait list. And the concern from the members, how do we make these decisions? Well, we have 32 communities to supply housing to, public and social housing to. And what we did at the time was look at our capital plan and plan to deliver in 11 communities to begin with, to concentrate the delivery based on wait list, based on unit condition rating, and based on the age of the house, along with when was the last time it was modernized and retrofit, because many of these houses were built in 1969 or 1972 or 1974, and families are still living in them. So understanding the need, especially in Betcheko, I can understand where the member's concern is. The idea around not only providing new housing, but also providing retrofits, because many of the units after 25, 30 years plus will get a modernization and improvement. So renovating many of those homes to last another 25, 30 years. So it's really the decisions based on data, based on the need to provide throughout the north, and to concentrate the delivery on 11 communities. I mean, it'd be wonderful if we could provide housing to every community in the Northwest Territories at this time, but we determined that based on data, we could make these decisions, and these would be informed decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Mountfui.
I guess based on the information provided, there's not much that Housing NWT is doing to help the region to catch up to the territorial average. We're always going to be at that number, or we're always going to be in the worst situation. Even in Wati alone, there's that with the all-season road open, young families, young people are going home now. So we have, I mentioned in the House here before that we have families that are coming home. They are sleeping in the family members' house, sleeping in the living room with their families. And I have family with teenage children living in the old house with no running water, with no heat. It's like going back to the 70s, 60s. People shouldn't be living like that. And there's no housing allocated for Wati. And if we don't take care of it now, it's going to become like Bichako. There's going to be more people on the wait list, and I would like to avoid that, And I would like to see some houses allocate to Wati, and there's 10 units in Bichako, because I'm getting, that's why you see emails from all my constituents that we are in housing crisis for public and major repair. And that's the worst in Klitschko region. So what is that department doing, trying to help the regions to be at the territorial average with housing, instead of being in the negatives all the time? It's really frustrating. It's not frustrating only for me, but it's frustrating because we want things to improve in small communities. We know our young people are suffering because of their education is affected and their health is affected. A lot of mental health issues. And we've said it many times, and yet not much is done for communities that really need that help. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Housing.
Minister, quite a big spot up on Malo. Yakama Yuksa, Isamaru could give you Takwa, Angakatikiva, Klitschko, Nutani, Glutara, Kadaring Mata. Amalu nutang tau to take Tamako, nutang it to the hide, Okama Yunga Tamayun, Katamay Luktano, Nretcherukta, Metamanate Lulane, $30 million Rayangman. Namilukta, Nunatsia, Metako, Kina, Atokon Nagayatigo, Napata, Valaluta, Nunalea, Tamakoranga Igluning, Pelegativicia, Catalutiglo, Akilector, Catalutiglo. Akilere kartamini nun. Tamana igluta kattarunak nermata nutani. Taakko ukioktartami nunakakarsema jo iglu kartitauninginu $4 billion ngukattarmattamakko iglu liurluni nanituin kanatami taakko nunakakarsema jo gavammakkongi Klitschko $80 million taakko iglu kartititti tauqattarmata Klitschko gavammakkongin
In other regions,
taakko atsipalugillugillu nanituin nunatsiarmen nunalingni nunakakarsema jo tamakko Imanna iglu qartitaullarigiaqarmata kikkutuinne tamakku atortuaragak saming atortuartauniartuning ta Taman na sanagasuangin nakaruakto ko igluning. Tautuk palyangin natta. Ila kayo sige akata kanata may iglulio katang namin. Kanong kinaya kakti tao ni akpita kaya taman na akalakto katang ikuta. Ate Minister kayo sige. Tana katema yumot makwimit. Iko yan namig. Tako tau temeli atok tau yo katsiw wat inna to kain. Iglu to kaktakarman. Tak amit sa makialong mata. 1970 utillo kita magkwasa na yo si Mayunik sula akilik tu iti taong mata inna to kain. $1,500 ni iglu to karong mod. Iman atok taon ni kaya kakalo aktillo ko. Taman na ilang ilaw ni nang may nakayaw yun o iglo no nukta ko makatalang mata sung makaya sung manunat siya gabang makong taman na iglo na kayaw katakpan kanataw gabang makong pila ka katigil laking na kuti ko to ak taman na tayo may kayang ito ko no gabang matokak ko tunis sa katang matakinaw yan ni iglo mo atok iglo leong na mo atok tao ko nakayak to tako nunat siya gabang makong iglo ka titsa kataka kakon niyang mata pila ka siya ng mata tako nga iglo leong na mo tagvani iglo ni akaw ng leo ko te kalakat laki kata taman na akaw ng leo ko te kain ng nakta ko taman na ninga man nakta makialong mataman na decho mi tao yun o taman na kuya nang matagpalunin nung ako tinga ni Minister tayo may matalunin tayo man na iglula ka nang magamagya kang ikalawang mata nung na siya gawang magkongin akik suya kumagipata tayo man na iglula kata ko nila ulit to nung na siya may iglula ka ni Minister nga ang ikatigil lakat tayo man na iglula ka nang may kamagya kakakto yangin mata nuna siya gabang magkongin ang katigil lakita ka. Akaw yung makakayak to. Taman na ito biniw na kuta. Taman ilaongin nga ni taman na sok do sa tao yung saw kaya kakata na kuwakti tinulo amalo malagali yung tikunon. Apik ko tik sa kakon niyak tilo ko. Takwa katamayo kaw tiko mayak ka. Nunat siya may iglo na ka nang mapidyo takakto akito yute tako atok tuk sa ito kasi kaya ako tek sa tuwin na mata ang niko ako tikijangin na tiko tayo ano kalapit lagi kumalak po no kalapit lagi utak na po siya kan kaya namig
Thank you.
Kuya nami ati tayo makai utilang mida iklutangan mo magpigak sa nami kata korek sa kakan pa tukak pa katemaini pilakan nipat kuya nami katemayi amal kuminisa kuya nami tak ko anit lang magkit aksukte tagmangat.
Now I call on the member for Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress.
Piani gumaling mata ko ay pautawon ng itlutiglo na magsaktulugtat na magsangitut kayo siwo nokak na lapugod.
Ready? Okay. Reports on Committee of the Whole. Reports on Committee of the Whole. Member from the Decho.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 38820 brackets 1 and table document 38520 brackets 1 and would like to report progress with 2 motions carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Oh, can I have a seconder, please? Let's just go to our friend from the boot. All those in favor? All opposed? Abstention. There we go. Reports of Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bill. Bill 21. WSCC.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 21, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is ordered. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Hay River South has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Inuktitut, the member for Decho, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lakes, the member for Momfui, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please stand.
Inuktitut, Inuktitut, Inuktitut.
Opposed, 0. Abstention, 0. Motion is, Bill 21 has been passed. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member from Cam Lake, that Bill 22, Legislation Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Tabacha. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in, oh, sorry. The member has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Tabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Inuktitut, the member for Day Cho, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Momfui, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you. Colleagues, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 22 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Tabacha, that Bill 28, an act to amend the Student Financial Assistance Act No. 2, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Cam Lake. The member has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand. Oh, sorry. Question. To the motion. Question's been called. There we go.
The member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Inuktitut, the member for Day Cho, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Momfui, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tabacha, the member for Yellowknife South.
All those opposed, please stand. All those in abstaining, please stand. Thank you. Colleagues, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 28 has now had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral question, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports on standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notice of motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 385-20(1), table document 386-20(1), table document 387-20(1), table document 388-20(1), report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 22nd at 1:30 p.m.